Make your dreams a reality. MadeAnewHomeRemodeling.com. Dr.
with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Here we go, a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, a Tuesday where we look back at all the Week 3 action. It is all in the book now. We have 3 games of film, tape, whatever video you want to call it, on these NFL teams. We're going to break it down today. A busy sports bash. Phillies in action. The stretch, down the stretch they come. 10 games left for the Fightins. I will break down all the scenarios for the Phillies for them to make the playoffs based on if their record is this is what Milwaukee will have to do. I got that math for you. Plus, Frank Klose answers your Phillies questions coming up at 2:40 today on the Sports Bash. Johnny Mac's got all the Eagles stuff. Sixer guard, forward, 3-and-D guy, if you will. Daniel House Jr. is going to join me at 3:45 today. Had some interesting things to say about James Harden. I definitely think it's something you're going to want to hear what he has to say about James Harden today at 3:45. Adam Caplan's got football at 4. Who's in, who's out? We now have 3 weeks of games. Who do we think the playoff teams are? It's not easy, man. There are not 14 playoff teams in this league. That's what I have figured out. There are not 14 playoff teams in this league. Gave you a winner again last night. If you've been believing in the bets, I gave you the Cowboys last night. I wouldn't say it was an easy winner. It was an ugly game. It was such an ugly game last night that I watched the Jeffrey Dahmer thing on Netflix because the first half was so bad. I said, I watched the worst football game in my life on Sunday night. I'm not doing it again. So I was watching the first half on my phone. I watched 3 episodes of the Jeffrey Dahmer thing on Netflix, and I am happy to say I felt like I wasn't the only person watching that. I saw everybody tweeting about the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, and I felt like this Giants-Cowboys game has driven people to want to eat people.
I think there's a problem in society when we're judging what we're doing based on what other people are doing on Twitter. I don't know if it's the best move by you.
I wasn't. I didn't go the Dahmer thing because other people said.
You said that you saw other people watching the Dahmer thing too on Twitter.
No, after the fact, I said I noticed that other people were also commenting on the Dahmer thing, which made me feel like, all right, this game was so bad that I was the only person that decided it's not worth my time.
I don't like to measure what I do by Twitter.
You don't have to, but if there's a lot of people that I know personally, these aren't bots. These are people that I am familiar with. People that I actually know, human beings, Josh.
Well, that's a little different. Then I would have said people I know are doing the same thing.
Well, there were people last night that were also watching the Dahmer thing. I don't care if you like them, don't like them, value them or not. I just noticed I was not the only person watching the Dahmer thing last night because that game was so bad. No, it's a shame that we have nothing else to do in our lives except for to watch that bad football game last night.
I don't think you appreciate good defense.
That wasn't good defense. The Cowboys played really good defense. And I said it
did.
beforehand. I thought Dallas was going to win the game because I thought that they would absolutely wreck them offensively. I don't think the Giants are at a point offensively where they're a good enough team. They are not at a level offensively, the Giants, where I can trust them week to week. The Dallas defense I can still believe in. I can still trust Dallas defense. That's why I took Dallas last night. Their defense wrecked. Dallas's offense was inept. That was the problem. They had drop passes. You know, they're trying to simplify it. I get it, but it just was not an entertaining football game to watch. I mean, Dallas, New York went back to pass. They got pressured on like 40% of their plays last night. I mean, it was like watching a high school game where the one team is just significantly better than the other. The Giants couldn't do anything offensively last night. It was sad to watch.
It was. I watching the game last night, one of my biggest takeaways was I remember us talking in the offseason about how they improved the offensive line, And the offensive line looked like Swiss cheese last night.
Well, I think they did improve the offensive line, but I think for us to imagine that 3 games into the season they're going to be playing at the highest level they're going to play at, that's not fair. And it's also not fair to assume that this new offensive line was going to be at top flight, ready to go up against one of the – look, Dallas, for all of their flaws, their defense is very good. And that's what we've been saying all along. We asked the question at the beginning of the year, what separates Philly and Dallas? I've said Philly has a deeper 53. Dallas has the best player in Micah Parsons. Now, we thought that they had the better quarterback. I'm not so sure that that's the case anymore, although I'm not going to just hand that over to Jalen Hurts. He's going to have to continue to play well and show that he deserves to be in the conversation with Dak Prescott. Because I said I've always respected Dak. I think he's a very good player. I'm not going to just say, hey, 3 games in, Jalen Hurts is a better player than Dak Prescott. But I don't know when Dak Prescott's going to play. And if Cooper Rush plays, you watched that offense last night, it's very limited still.
Yeah, they're calling a lot of plays to put Cooper in a position to be successful, whereas when Dak is out there, they ask Dak at times to save them
Well,
from
they're
themselves.
asking Dak to make plays. Cooper Rush, they're just asking not to make mistakes.
Right, they're asking him not to blow the game.
But guess what? I have been very critical of the Dallas coaching staff.
Which you should be.
And I've always been right. I thought Kellen Moore called a smart game last night. He said, I am not going to let my quarterback lose the game for me. So, therefore, I'm going to do something that the Cowboys have refused to do in the past, which is run the ball. Take it out of the hands of the quarterback, even when I have Dak Prescott. Let's go and make Zeke Elliott and Pollard, who 13 for 105 last night for Pollard. I have kept saying, when are they going to make the switch that Pollard becomes at least a 50-50 split with Zeke Elliott? Zeke, 4.9 yards a carry. He got the touchdown. But Pollard, 8.1, always seems to have that explosive play in him, 46-yard carry he had last night. I like the way they called it. CeeDee Lamb had the drop last night. Otherwise, that would have probably been a score. They have a limited offense. I like the way they called the game last night. I will say this. Their defense is good enough to keep them in the playoff mix, even if Dak Prescott doesn't return. Fair or unfair?
Very fair, because as you said previously, Mike, Micah Parsons is he's probably the scariest player that you've seen since Lawrence Taylor in the NFC East.
Yeah, he wrecks games, and I'll be honest, I didn't think he wrecked the game as much as I thought last night. He had a couple quarterback hits, but I thought he would have just been a terror last night. It came from everywhere. Donovan Wilson was a problem. Chauncey Golston was a problem. They came from all over the place. What's the guy's name? Armstrong. That guy, where did he come from? He was all over the place. They were all over Daniel Jones last night. Who'd you feel worse for, Daniel Jones or Carson Wentz?
Jose Feliciano, Carlos Feliciano, I should say, because he got pointed out every time he missed a block on that game last night.
Yeah, they were coming from all angles. DeMarcus Lawrence, I forgot him. He was all over the place last night.
Troy Aikman pointed this out last night during the game, and he was saying how he said, look, they're sliding so much attention over to Micah Parsons that it's opening up opportunities for the rest of the guys. And it's like Dan Quinn was just saying, hey, you want to stop Micah Parsons at all costs? Fine, I'll send everybody else.
Yeah, well, listen. They wrecked that game last night. The Cowboys' defense is real. I've never pulled back from that. I think the Cowboys' defense, can the Cowboys' defense, when they match up with the Eagles' offense, it's going to be a blast. I mean, that's going to be a party, man. That's going to be fun. That defense against the Eagles' weapons on offense, that is going to be a huge matchup because it is Michigan's playing Iowa this week. Michigan averages 50 a game. Iowa's only given up, I think, 23 points all year long.
Statistically, Iowa is one of the best defenses in the country.
Their offense is painful, though.
Oh, their offense is so painful. Horrible.
That's Philadelphia against Dallas. Now, that's down the line, week 6. I don't know if Dak's going to be back by then. But right now, the offense of the Dallas Cowboys is akin to Iowa, and their defense is akin to Iowa, and Philadelphia's offense would be more Michigan.
Right.
So
totally.
I took a couple things from the game last night. One, the Giants are getting there. They just, number one, they don't have the quarterback, man. He's terrible.
He's just the biggest problem I have with Daniel Jones.
I mean, he had a rough. Believe me, he got
He had a rough
pressured.
night.
He had pressured a lot. He is just.
But there were a couple times he had throws to make, and he didn't make them.
That's what I'm saying. He's indecisive. Well, part of it's because he's getting rushed from all over the place.
True.
He's indecisive. He's inaccurate. He's just not the guy, man. And I think they know it.
Not even close.
No, he's not the guy. It's a shame. Sterling Shepard goes down last night. He's done for the year.
Yep.
ACL injury. That's a tough loss for them. Galladay's awful. They signed him to so much money, and he gives you nothing. He had 3 targets last night. He got hit right in the freaking chest and dropped one. They have very limited skill players on the outside. They have a ways to go talent-wise, but they're getting there, and I think they have the right coach and the right GM finally.
So I want to give you credit for something, by the way. So you had talked about previously about how Aikman and Buck are so good that it would prevent you from flipping over to the Manning.
I didn't even know the Manning cast was on last night, I got to be honest. I didn't even think about it because of Aikman and Buck. Go ahead.
I literally watched the entire game with Aikman and Buck last night.
Yeah.
And I don't know when I'll go back to the Manning cast because last night could have been an opportunity for me to flip over because at halftime it wasn't, as you mentioned, it wasn't a great game. And I flipped over, and the upcoming guest was Tracy Morgan. And I immediately flipped back to Aikman and Buck.
I think they are trying to do more of the entertainment style of guests this year, and I don't think I care for it too much.
I have zero interest. I missed the McAfee part where he was on there. I would have loved to see McAfee, but McAfee apparently was in the second quarter. I was still watching Aikman and Buck.
I was still watching Dahmer.
You should watch Dahmer.
Now Dahmer, I think he has 17 victims over the course of a killing spree from 1978 till he finally got caught.
It was 17 that we know of, though, right?
Correct. Well, no, he confessed to 17.
Right,
he confessed to all of them. In fact, 1978 was his first. He didn't have another one until 1987. So there was a 9-year gap in there between killings. So he confessed to everything. So I think 17 is what the number is.
Gotcha.
Anyway, one of the murders happened in a hotel in Milwaukee,
Right.
the Ambassador.
Have you been there?
I have stayed in that hotel.
And?
It's a little eerie. They have a room that is the Dahmer room.
Oh.
That they literally, it's almost like they market it. Like you can stay in this room that he killed somebody in.
I'm sure people will buy that room.
Yeah.
For that reason.
The
For
Ambassador
markup price.
Hotel in Milwaukee. It's down by the campus of Marquette. Now I got people texting me saying that they watched the Dahmer last night.
Good for them.
Yeah. So it's not just social media, Josh. See, it's real people.
Anytime anyone brings up social media, I don't trust it.
Text board is open, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, listen, that game last night, it ends the week. It's not an entertaining game, but the takeaways are this. Daniel Jones is not good enough for the Giants. That's what's going to hold them back in terms of until they're ready to take the next step. They will not be ready to take the next step until Daniel Jones is out of there. They need a new quarterback. That's what they're playing for this year. They're not playing to find out if Jones is the guy. I think they already know he's not. They're playing for the next guy, right?
Correct.
Now, Anthony is watching on the YouTube channel, and he says he was watching too. Now, does that count as social media? He's watching the show.
I would say it counts more than Twitter does.
Anthony James says the actor has been so good for so long in American Horror Story that I had to see him as Dahmer. I got to tell you, the guy who plays Dahmer in this Netflix thing, whew, it is chilling. He looks just like Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, not just like him, but he has enough similarities in the looks and the features that you're like, dude, this guy could be Dahmer. Now, you know,
That's
Dahmer,
intense.
I mean, he got the crap beat out of him in jail, and he died.
Right.
But this guy who's playing Dahmer, now I don't know the actor, but Anthony James, who's watching on YouTube, says the actor was in American Horror Story. It sounds like something you guys would be watching.
I've actually never really indulged deep into American Horror Story.
Are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it. It was on FX for a while, yeah.
Okay. Well, somebody out there listening, there's got to be people listening today that this Dahmer. I know DeCecco was watching Dahmer last night. Does he count?
Yes, he does.
Okay, he tweeted last night that he was watching that the game. I got to get his official tweet on this.
Now, see, that's a massive indictment. DeCecco turned off the game.
DeCecco, this MNF game is super lame. Back to the Dahmer series. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude.
But let me ask you a question. You mentioned earlier that you watched the worst game ever on Sunday night.
I didn't. I watched some of it.
But did that impact your decision?
Yeah.
Monday?
Oh, I said the game I watched Sunday night. I watched a lot of it. It was so bad. I said I can't sit through another one of these games. They're too bad.
So if Sunday wasn't as bad, would you have stuck with Monday night
I was
longer?
excited to watch the game last night. I want to see the Giants. I want to see what they look like. Now, I watch, you know me, I'm not a red zone guy.
Right.
So when I'm watching games on Sunday, I'm watching the Giants. I'm watching Dallas. I'm watching Washington. I focus in on those teams when they're on TV if the Eagles aren't playing. And I said, I watched the Giants against Carolina the week before, and I said, I want to see if the Giants, I feel like the Giants, the big difference for me when I watch the Giants is they're better prepared. They're much more organized. They're just a better culture than they've been. They just don't have enough talent.
No, they don't. And like you said, they overpaid for Galladay. He hasn't worked out. Shepard got injured last night. Daniel Jones like a deer in the headlights. You know, you can tell Dable's frustrated, but he realizes what he has to go through to get to where he wants to get
Well,
to.
Greeny brought it up today on his show, and I agree with him. The way they spent their money, they have just absolutely – now, the way that he kind of brings it up is that the organization failed Daniel Jones. Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's both, because I would say the previous regime failed Daniel Jones. But I don't think the current regime,
That's the point. I don't think he's blaming the
Dable
current regime. No, not who's the GM?
Shane. Joe Shane.
Schoen, yes, from Buffalo.
Aikman kept calling him Shane last night, so I got confused.
So this is what Greeny said today on 97.3 ESPN. Obviously, you can hear him from 10 to noon right here on 97.3. This is Greeny on the Giants.
I've used the term organizational success story a lot lately. The way they've developed Josh Allen in Buffalo is an organizational success story. What we are seeing in front of our eyes with Jalen Hurts is an organizational success story in Philadelphia. They took quarterbacks who had a skill set and clearly needed development, and they brought them along at exactly the right pace, in exactly the right ways, surrounded them with the right people, didn't ask them to do the things they weren't good at, played into the things that they were. And slowly but surely, what they find themselves with now is quarterbacks who are going to make those teams good for the next 15 years. And look what the Giants have done around Daniel Jones. I cannot for one moment sit here and tell you Daniel Jones was born to be, was destined to be an all-time great quarterback. But what I can tell you is that no one could have succeeded under the circumstances he has been placed in.
Greeny, I think, he talked about, because he said Josh Allen. The Bills went out and got him Stephon Diggs, and that really turned Josh Allen from an inconsistent passer to an MVP candidate. It is now doing the same thing through 3 games for Jalen Hurts. It turned him into a question mark, into a possible MVP candidate. The Giants have not done anything close to that. Now, they tried. They failed. They went out and got Kenny Galladay, who, I don't know, when they got Galladay, weren't people somewhat concerned? Like, oh, this guy's pretty good. What the hell happened to him?
It makes you wonder about Matthew Stafford then, right? Like, why was he go with Stafford, but as soon as he leaves Stafford, he can't do anything? Now, I know some of it is injury-related, but, man, I mean, is Daniel Jones so bad? Is the gap between Daniel Jones and Matthew Stafford so much that Kenny Galladay went from a somebody to a nobody?
I think it's more of an indictment on the offensive line, to be honest with you. I don't know that Greeny called out that he doesn't have the weapons, because I think that Jones has enough not enough, but
he has weapons.
He has some guys that can help him out.
Yeah.
Their offensive line is just not good enough still.
And I thought they invested a lot of resources into that O-line, bringing in Feliciano from Buffalo, drafting Neal. And, look, you saw the one play where Neal false started last night because he flinched because of Micah Parsons. So, I mean, it's hard because you just said earlier, Mike, that Cowboys defense is so high level with Parsons and Lawrence and all those guys.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text your thoughts on Week 3 in the NFL in the books now. Coming up, all right, coming up on the other side, I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. Do the Eagles, think about this, all right? Think long and hard about this. Do the Eagles have more talent than the team that won the Super Bowl? Somebody thinks they do, and you might be surprised at who it is and what he said. That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games and Ocean Casino Resort all football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery and Ocean Casino Resort and go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And right now, you can go to our website, 973ESPN.com. Register for a chance to win a $100 food and beverage credit to the Gallery Bar Booking Games and an overnight stay at Ocean Casino in Atlantic City. Go to the website for details. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
ESPN.
227 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video. Subscribe to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports. Our friends at BFA, of course, have high school football every Friday night, and you can watch those games on our website, 973ESPN.com. Mike Gill with you. Taking you till 6. We got plenty to do. Frank Klose has the Phillies mailbag coming up in about 13 minutes from now. Do the Eagles have better talent this year than they do on the team that won the Super Bowl? Is that fair even to ask at this point? Is that crazy? One Eagle said this, courtesy of the Zach Gelb Show on CBS Sports Radio. You might be surprised at who and what he said. Take a listen.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah. No question. No question. We have some talent now, man, because we had Alshon, the boys, we had receivers, we had a running game. The O-line was dominant. You know, we got even better corners than we had, because Darby and them guys was really good, but, you know, we got Slay and that boy James Bradbury, and them boys locking down in Devontae. I just feel like it's just different. But it's almost the same, because it's all about the togetherness of the team, and that's what I feel. I feel that togetherness. I feel like it's natural. It's not forced.
All right, that was Brandon Graham on the Zach Gelb Show on CBS Sports Radio. He was asked the question, is the Eagles' current roster better than the team that won the Super Bowl? And his answer right off the bat was, I think it is. Is it? Is it? Is it not? I mean, you can go around and wonder. He broke down a couple of spots on the field. He said it's different, but it's the same. The togetherness, that's a big thing. But what roster's better? The 17 roster or the 22 roster?
Well, I think the point he brought about the cornerbacks was obvious, right? Darby and Mills versus Slay and Bradbury is major difference.
That team had Patrick Robinson, and he was very good that year. This team has Devontae Maddox. They had better safeties on that team.
Yeah, Malcolm Jenkins is definitely better than TJ Johnson.
The linebackers?
I mean, is Nigel Bradham legitimately better than TJ Edwards and Kazir White?
Nigel Bradham had a good year that year. I don't know that he's more talented than those guys.
We also have Michael Kendricks.
Yeah, Kendricks was pretty good.
Kendricks was a phenomenal athlete. He didn't always live up to his potential.
I think the corners on this team are better.
Corners are better. Their
safeties on that team are better.
Right.
I think the linebackers might be a little bit of a wash.
Right. Now you go to the defensive line. You have an older version of Brandon Graham now. Brandon Graham back in 2017 was in his prime, you could argue. Same with Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
I would say that maybe, like, Hargrave, I think, is better than Jernigan, right?
Hargrave and Jernigan are similar.
So you're going to go similar, okay.
Yeah, I don't think one's significantly better than the other. Jernigan was pretty good the Super Bowl year.
Now, the other problem with this comparison we're going to get into is that was the wide 9 defense with Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, well, you had different coordinators, right?
Right. So, it's hard to say Chris Long and Hassan Reddick can compare them because they're two different players who are used in different schemes.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams kind of pride themselves on having deep rotational defensive fronts.
Right.
That you don't have to play the same 4 guys. You can keep kind of rotating. Chris Long wasn't a starter per se. He kind of just came in, rushed the passer. They had Derek Barnett on that team.
Yeah, Josh Sweat, people would think is better than Derek Barnett. They had Bo Allen. He was like the third.
Well, Sweat would
tackle.
be, who was the start? You had Brandon Graham and who was like the regular starter?
Let me check the snap count, but I thought Barnett played a lot of snaps that year.
He may have, but like Barnett and Long, they kind of rotated. I want to say that defensive front was better. Why? Because they were younger. You had a better Fletcher Cox. You had a better Brandon Graham. I think you had better versions of your still pretty good players, but you had better versions of them.
Curry. That's
Vinny
the guy.
Curry. That's the guy, right. You had better versions of Fletcher and Brandon than you do now.
Right.
But you could say Sweat was better than Curry. Chris Long is probably better than some of the guys that I think their defenses are talent-wise similar. Because your defensive fronts are similar.
Right.
Your linebackers are similar. Their safeties were better, and these corners are better.
Yeah, and don't forget, Jordan Hicks played part of that year before he got injured. And then that's when Nigel Bradham, I should say, came in and took over like the what they call in the helmet with the guy who's getting the play calls in his ear. They get the dot on the helmet.
Yeah, he's got the green dot.
Yeah.
Then on the offensive side of the ball, both teams are loaded on the offensive line. You can make an argument, though, that this offensive line is better. Keep in mind, Jason Peters got hurt. Vaitai had to come in.
Right.
They had a rotating left guard where Wisniewski, I think, ended up becoming the left guard and kind of he was like the third different guy they played at left guard.
Yeah, Wisniewski had 61% of the snaps that year.
Yeah, but they started the season off, I think, with Isaac Sayamala.
Right. And
They
then
ended up
Wisniewski
changing
came
to
in for him.
Chance Warmack. Then Warmack got whipped, and then they went to Wisniewski.
Right.
Brooks played right guard. He's probably better than Isaac is now.
Right.
And then you have Lane Johnson. I think, obviously, Mailata, you would say, is better than Vaitai.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the offensive lines are similar. I would lean that this one's a little better.
I would lean this one's better because of the combination of Mailata and Dickerson, I think, is better than the combination of Vaitai and Wisniewski.
Yeah. Now, they had Alshon Jeffrey, Torrey Smith were the two receivers, and Nelson Aguilar that year was very good. But I have a hard time saying that they're better than A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and what Quez Watkins brings. Although Aguilar was really good. I don't want to take anything away from what he brought to the team that year.
Yeah, I would say that Aguilar had a major impact in the slot. And, you could maybe make the argument that he would have a similar impact in the slot on this team.
Yeah. So I would lean a slight edge to the wide receivers to this team. The running backs, Jay Ajayi, LeGarrette Blount, even Corey Clement was pretty good in his role. I think they were they were different. They were just different. Those guys were bigger running backs. These guys are more versatile. Like Gainwell and Scott are both guys who can catch the ball out of the backfield. Those backs were not catch the ball out of the backfield kind of guys.
Yeah, Clement ended up being a lot of times the third down back in the situation. Because remember, Darren Sproles was supposed to be that guy. I remember he had that crazy season-ending injury.
Yeah.
So once he went down, that's when Clement's role grew, and then later they traded for Jay Ajayi.
Think about how many guys on that team ended up getting hurt.
Yeah, Hicks, Sproles.
Peters.
I mean, it was
they lost Wentz.
Wentz, right?
The tight ends, you had Ertz.
That's a wash, isn't it?
Yeah, Ertz, Selleck, and Burton were pretty good. I think they were deeper at tight end. Goddard,
yes.
Yeah, they were better at.
They were definitely
because
deeper.
Selleck was a really good blocker. Burton was a versatile player. Ertz was a very good receiver.
Ertz was in his prime at that point.
Yeah, I think you could say that Ertz was probably. I don't know. I like Goddard a lot. I have no problem saying Goddard is just as good, if not better, than Ertz. They don't have a Selleck and a Burton.
No, and I think, like I said, that was the best version of Ertz. That run from 2016 to 2019 was the best version of Ertz we ever saw.
And then you have, obviously, Wentz was playing at an MVP level, similar to what Hurts is right now, and then Foles, of course, for the run. So, I don't know. I mean,
they got the better backup.
I think that team, what made that team unique was it didn't have these star all-pro players. It was just a very close-knit team, and all the guys fulfilled their roles really good.
And a lot of those guys were in their primes at the same time. You got Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Zach Ertz. You got a lot of these guys at the peak of their ability at the same time.
Yeah. So you guys out there, 609-403-0973. You heard what Brandon Graham said. Were the Eagles better in 17 or this year's team? He was asked, is this roster better than the 17 roster? Yes, no question he thinks they're better. I think there's a little bit of a question, but it's closer than you probably think.
It's closer than we think, but I don't think it's saying there's no question. I think that's Brandon maybe living in the moment a little bit. But listen, he's allowed to. He's in that locker room. He's practicing every day with those guys. He probably sees and knows things that we don't.
Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, coming up, John McMullen, the latest on the Eagles. The coordinator spoke today. John Gannon said something very interesting today that we're going to dive into with Johnny Mack coming up around 3 o'clock today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and I want to tell you about my friends over at Caesars Sportsbook. First things first, your first bet was Caesars. It's on Caesars up to $1,250. Download the app and use the code RADIOFULL, and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. If not, you get your stake back as a free bet. It's open to new users in Jersey who are 21 or older. If your qualifying bet loses, the bet amount is returned as a credit. You must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLERS. Caesars Sportsbook, you bet, you get. I'm Mike Gill. Hey, Believe in the Bets College Football Edition is out. Check it out. My Believe in the Bets pod, my guest this week, Jeff Nadeau. He already gave you 3 plays for the weekend, so you'll want to get those. Listen to the pod. Get the bets. Believe in the bets. All right, coming up, the Phillies. Final 10 games. Extremely important series in Chicago. We'll break it all down. Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
.244 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. And don't forget, you can do that through our website, 973ESPN.com, and download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle, 973ESPN.com/app, or go to the Apple Store, Google Play. Frank Klose covers the Phillies. His mailbag is open every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash, and he joins me now as the Phillies, down the stretch they come, Frank. Don't forget about the Phils. 10 games left to go with a game-and-a-half lead. How should fans be feeling about where their final 10 games are, where they sit in the standings right now?
Ideally, you want to be more than that, but having really thought this through, looking at all the different scenarios, knowing what the Milwaukee Brewers have to do in their last 9 games, I tend to think the Phillies will do this. If the Phillies win 4 out of these next 7 games against the cellar dwellers they're about to face, I think that's a reasonable expectation. Then the Milwaukee Brewers need to go 5-4 out of those 9 games for the Phillies to get in. I think Brewers going to 5-9, that's a reasonable expectation for that team. That might be a good stretch for those Brewers. So that's really all it takes. You need a combination of 8 wins from the Phillies or losses by the Brewers. I think the Phillies can get this done.
Ask you, in your mind, if they did not make the playoffs and these last 10 games go awry, what's the repercussions? Anything changes? What do you think the offseason would look like if they do not make the playoffs?
I feel like they would have to make a big shakeup. I feel like they would have to add impact talent. I think they might still add some impact talent anyway. I mean, there's been still more whispers that they might be in on that shortstop class that includes the likes of Trey Turner or Xander Bogaerts. So the Phillies probably are going to be looking to get better this offseason anyway, but I could see them more inclined to shift some bigger pieces that might be free agents next year, the Rhys Hoskins, the Nolas, which I suppose could be in play anyway, depending on the way the Phillies reconstruct this roster. But they're going to need to send a clear message that whoever they have next year is different than this team that they have now. But I still think that they have what it takes to do this. It would be disastrous if they don't.
Thompson, in your mind, on solid ground?
Well, the Phillies just pointed out that he won 61 out of his first 100 games, making him the closest to win 60, or the first to win 61 in that span out of any Phillies manager in club history. So it's really kind of hard to deny him the success that he's had with his team. A 610 winning percentage wins you the division most times. So I think barring a ridiculous collapse with clear poor decisions along the way, I got to say that he's going to be back.
So regardless whether they make the playoffs or not,
I think he needs to make the playoffs. I mean, I think that because they have what it takes to do this. Again, winning just 4 games probably does it 4 out of 10. They can't screw this. If they screw this up, then a lot more than Thompson needs to go.
you sound a lot more comfortable than I think the people that I've been talking to sound.
I think I am. At first I
They're
wasn't.
looking at a game and a half and thinking to themselves, "Oh my gosh, this is going to be painful watching them come down the stretch here." You know why too? It's the fact that they play bad teams, and it's like, the Astros aren't so bad, by the way. We'll see what happens to the Astros, who they play. Are they going to rest some guys? I'm imagining you're not going to see any Astros pitching. They're going to want to try to set their pitching up, although they might get a guy a couple of innings.
Right.
That's so far away. So, but it's the fact that you're playing bad teams. It's like, yeah, you should beat these bad teams. And the Phillies have done a good job against the bad teams for the most part this year. The one team that beat them was the Cubs.
Right. This is a very different Cubs series than you're facing last time. They start the series against Marcus Stroman, who, of course, is a very good major league pitcher. They're countering him with Zach Wheeler and probably Noah Syndergaard piggybacking him. So you feel pretty good about that one. I think that favors the Phillies, all things considered. And then the Cubs have a couple of rookies, the next 2 starts with very minimal experience starting in the major leagues. I think they've combined for maybe 8 starts in the major leagues. So that heavily seems to favor the Phillies. So it's a little bit different than it was before. And I think, the return of Nick Castellanos will help the team a little bit. That's the way the lineup functions. The day off they had yesterday going into today, I think is going to help them some sort of catch a breath. Players like Bryson Stott badly needed it. So I think they set up better for this series against the Cubs than they did coming off the All-Star break. Remember, too, coming off of that All-Star break, there probably was a real sense of fatigue, too. They just took them a while to get going. So I see the wheels turning better now than they were back then. So I'm not worried about the Cubs this series.
You've got Wheeler, Nola, Suarez. And if you make the playoffs, I would imagine that's going to be your 3 guys. You cannot lose this series to the Cubs with those 3 guys on the mound.
You can't. And you know what? The reason why those 3 are pitching in that order is that will set them up to be able to start the postseason. Now, as one of the mailbag questions pointed out, there's a hurricane, and the hurricane could come up the coast and mess with that series in Washington. But if it doesn't, the Phillies have lined up the rotation that they could go Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, and then starting on Saturday, do Wheeler, Nola, Suarez going into Tuesday, that first game of Houston, and then that would set them up to start the games in the postseason. So they set up the rotation that way. But you know what? Those arms have to come through during these couple series here.
And Nola has been good, Nola, in September. He hasn't been September Nola, but now's not an opportune time for that to happen, right? I mean, obviously they need him, but what do you think Wheeler gives you? Do they still have him on some sort of limitations down the stretch here?
Well, they do. They hope for this start he'll go about 70, 75 pitches. If he's pitching like he did last time, he'll be very efficient. That could get him through 5 innings conceivably, right? No problem. So if Wheeler is sharp, you might be able to get 5 innings out of him today. Piggybacked with Syndergaard, and the idea behind that is that they both could start games in that doubleheader on Saturday if all goes according to plan. So I see him doing that kind of that next step up today, with the idea that his next start against Washington, he'll be ready to sort of go for his usual.
ESPN.com. One of the mailbag questions asked this interesting question: why are the Phillies fans dopes? They're down on Nola. They're people, always down on Harper. They play well. They're in the playoff hunt, and the fans have just not. Do you get the feeling that the fans have just not bought into this team?
I think what's fair to say is they've been let down enough these last few years that they need to see something, right? I mean, think about the rest of things in life. A guy cheats on his wife 3-4 times. What you're going to expect him to not do so again later, right? Or a guy doesn't repay a loan. What are you going to expect? The behavior is going to change, right? So if we're like that with our relationships with people, I can see that being their relationship with this team. Letdown after letdown after letdown. I think they're kind of standing back and saying, hey, look, you got to show me that you can do this now. And you just mentioned Aaron Nola. Yeah, Aaron Nola twice, 6 ERA in September. He's not that Aaron Nola now, so maybe he's grown up a little bit, and maybe that will carry this forward. But I think that you can justify people being skeptical based on these last several years.
I mean, listen, I get it. They have let you down, but you can see the difference in the rosters, can't you? I mean, you don't need to be you don't have to have the highest IQ to realize that this roster is better than the 4 previous ones that were teams that let you down. I think the teams that let you down overachieved. I think this team is significantly better than the 4 teams of the last couple of years.
Oh, I would agree with that. I mean, this is not your Aaron Altair, Nick Williams outfield, right? Some of these other teams that they've thrown out there over
Some
these
nights
years.
you're playing Matt Vierling and Dalton Guthrie.
Well, it's funny that's even better. No, but they've got some toolsy guys, but those are really nice complementary pieces. Obviously, you want your guys to be healthy that you're expecting to be in there, the Castellanoses and Harpers. And, we've seen the injuries kind of pile up for some of them at some times. But I think when they're your complementary players, you're in a pretty good place. And even though Harper has struggled a little bit since he fouled that ball off himself, I mean, me watching him, like Friday night, I was really paying attention to him, and his legs just did not feel comfortable in the box. And if you're swinging with only your upper body, you're not going to have a lot of success. I see him sort of coming out of that now. So hopefully the day off yesterday gives him some rest. But the people that are complaining about Harper, I think that's very minimal. I don't see a lot of that. I think people realize that he is a guy that is playing through injury, and they'd still rather have him than not have him.
And Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. The mailbag is there. You can check out the full mailbag over on our website. And, of course, as the Phillies get ready for hopefully some playoff baseball, the mailbag will stick and stay until this Phillies season is over. Frank, appreciate it, bud.
Thanks, Mike.
Frank Klose is at Frank Klose on Twitter. And, of course, every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate Frank, as always, for jumping on board during the mailbag. And Phillies and the Cubs, you got Wheeler tonight. It is a Wheeler, Nola, Suarez 3-game set at Wrigley. Got to win these. And I don't even want to say 2 out of 3. I think you got to get them all. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Hey, I need caller number 7 right now. You got a shot to win Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football club box seats. Yes, caller number 7 right now. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Enter to win Eagles Commanders club box seats You must be present to win on October 28th, live at Garden State Beer Company. The Sports Bash will be live, and we will draw one lucky winner who's going to sit club box seats, 50-yard line, baby. Good luck. Johnny Mac next.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
3 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports. Subscribe to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. You'll get an alert when we go live for the show every day at 2 o'clock. You can get that on our website, 973ESPN.com, or by downloading the free mobile app, 973ESPN.com/app, or go to the Apple Store, Google Play, get the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the show live. Mike Gill with you, John McMullen, Burge 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can watch him there every morning at 8 a.m. and read all his stuff over at SI.com, Sports Illustrated on the Eagles. Let's bring Johnny Mack into the conversation as the Eagles getting ready for Jacksonville. We wrap up week 3 in the books. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw last night in the NFC East. And then, of course, the two coordinators both spoke today. John McMullen, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, 3 coordinators. You got to throw Michael Clay in there as well.
Well, let's start with him then, because special teams was something at the beginning you harped on and said it's going to be a problem. Like, let's not minimize that. Through 3 weeks, has their special teams been an issue?
Yeah, it has. They've been able to overcome it, but they don't have much of a return game. When they did have an opportunity for a return in Washington, they put Devontae Smith in there. Britton Covey's kind of, shorthanded, even though he did muff the one, but not a lot of explosion there. The kickoff returns have been even worse. You go back to the Minnesota game, they had the block kick. They were lucky, a little bit lucky that Jake Elliott got a sort of a finger on Chris Boyd, kind of slowed him up. Hasn't been great, but they've been so good offensively and defensively over the past 2 weeks at least. It hasn't mattered. I mean, we stand here today. Monday night's done, so the week is over. Number 1 ranked offense in the NFL, number 5 ranked defense in the NFL. It's pretty good.
Not a lot to dislike about what we've seen so far, but I would imagine one of the things that will be discussed this week is the familiarity that Doug Peterson has with this team. Is that something that they're cognizant of?
Yeah, they are. He knows a lot of the players that were here. He knows what they do well. So they're cognizant. Shane Steichen mentioned it today. They have to be aware of it. And they have to maybe change up some of their tendencies a little bit that Doug will be familiar with. But it's more of a concern, I think, that Jacksonville has all of a sudden, they're a lot like Detroit in that, they've been bad for an extended period now, and they keep drafting at the top of the draft, and then all of a sudden you wake up and say, oh, they got some pretty good players, and now they have a coach that isn't Urban Meyer and is a pro, and he knows how to do it. And all of a sudden, Trevor Lawrence is starting to look like the number 1 overall pick. And, I mentioned the Eagles are number 1 and number 5. Jacksonville's number 6 and number 7. 6th ranked offense, 7th ranked defense. So even though people looked at this game before the season and said, it's the Jags, it'll be fun to welcome Doug Peterson back, but that'll be an easy win. Not looking as easy right now. This might be the most talented team they've faced over the first 4 games.
John, we've talked a lot about Hurts and what he has done, and you've kind of touched on this, and I want to kind of you to, I think you asked the question today to Shane Steichen about pre-snap, post-snap, and you've kind of said, like, these quarterbacks aren't reading defenses anymore, right? They're just being told what to do. But how much of Hurts's step forward that he's taking is a better understanding of what he's seeing pre-snap, post-snap, reading defenses? Is that what we're seeing, or do they just have better talent around him?
Yeah, I don't think it's there. As one play caller described it to me, you don't teach plays anymore. You teach concepts. So that's what sort of young quarterbacks are being taught. Okay, this is where the safety is. This is where you go with the football. And that's not just Jalen Hurts. That's pretty much every young quarterback, because the game has evolved. You don't have as much preparation time. So most coaching staffs, and especially the younger ones, kind of build on what they learned in college instead of trying to start all over again and be like Bill Walsh and teach these very, very complicated plays. So they teach the concepts, and that's what Shane was kind of talking about, and that's where the experience helps. So the more looks you get, and you want to run this particular concept, and they throw a bunch of different looks at him in practice, and as he gets more experience, he gets better and better at reading that coverage and say, all right, here's where the safety is. This is zone. This is where I got to go with the football. And that part of it is very important, and that's what sort of modern reading of defenses are, and that's what he's gotten better at.
Yeah, it's interesting. You brought this up, and it's kind of an eye-opening thing. Is it like you don't have your classic quarterback sitting back there making read one, read two, read three. A lot of it is the play call. It's the way that the play is called, and I think we're seeing Hurts just – and it comes to Hurts because he seems more comfortable with the play calls because, voila, he's got the same play calls for the second time in a row, which has not happened to him for a long, long time.
Yeah, exactly. Really, since high school, so he's always had a different play caller, different offense. This is the first time he's had back-to-back years in the same with the same group, and you see that big step forward. Now, they're averaging 447 yards a game. I don't know if that's sustainable, but if it is, I mean, it's 3 games. It's a small sample size. He'd be the MVP in the league right now. Shane Steichen would probably be on the top of everybody's list to be a head coach. I mean, this thing is humming along at a high level. Part of that is Jalen's productivity and his improvement, but part of it is also Howie Roseman, what he's built up around this quarterback, because it's a really talented offense. And I've talked a lot about A.J. Brown, the domino effect of bringing him in here, and you add the offensive line, the running game, which Jalen's a big part of, probably the biggest part. It's almost pick your poison if you're a defensive coordinator trying to game plan against the Eagles. And you kind of saw that last week with Washington. All right, if you want to go try to stop A.J. Brown, or at least limit A.J. Brown, all of a sudden Devontae Smith goes off. If you're worried about Dallas Goedert, maybe A.J. goes off, and as he did in week 1. It's a really difficult, talented group. And it's, as I said, it's pick your poison.
Yeah. Johnny Mack's with us, Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, weekday mornings at 8. I'll be on tomorrow at 8:20 unless John tells me otherwise, right?
Now you're there, 8:20. There's your reminder. Good. I got too much going on.
I know we forget what days it is, but now that I'm having this conversation with you now, you mentioned the offense is humming along, and I think that we would all agree. Some people would say, well, why aren't they scoring in the second half? But my question is, they're humming along, but what is something that teams can try to do? What is something they can take away?
Well, I think you saw Washington take away the running attack, and they did a good job. Remember, this is the top-ranked running game in the NFL last year, and it came in, I think they were top 5, so I think they were 3rd coming in. And they stopped it, but at what expense? You have these open shots down the field. Now, some are 50-50 balls. With A.J., it turns into a 70-30 ball. And you saw Devontae make 2 brilliant plays on the 44-yard reception. And then the 45 one before that, who knows if he was in bounds or not. But then you have the fade in the end zone as well. When you have those guys in single coverage, because you're trying to stop the running game, That's where it goes back. Third time I said it, pick your poison. All right, you want to stop the running game? We'll just throw it to A.J. Brown. We'll just throw it to Devontae Smith. You want to double cover those guys? They'll just run the football with that offensive line.
Yeah, that's what makes it tough. You want to take away the run, they've got 3 weapons in the pass game, maybe 4. I mean, you throw Quez Watkins in there, obviously, because I like the way they're like lulling you to sleep, John, and then bang, they hit that seam. It's a play that I don't think they've used enough in the past when guys have speed. When you're a one-trick pony, use that trick, baby, and use that speed down the seam.
Yeah, I mean, and I like the way the staff identifies weaknesses. I think you saw it in Washington. They lost Chase Roulier the week before, and all of a sudden you have the backup center. And they're really, really going at it early in the game with Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave, just putting tremendous pressure on the interior of that offensive line. And then, on the Washington defense, William Jackson was out, and Rashad Wildgoose was out there, and that's who they got. There were no – had those 2 long PI penalties, which are – and Nick Sirianni talked about that after the game. Those count when it comes to explosive plays. If you're getting big chunks because of PIs – hey, that counts.
Yep.
and
well,
you're going
listen,
down the field.
John, they get that PI because, as I said, they kind of lull you to sleep, and then, oh my God, my guy's running past me, and he's got to hold on to you because they're kind of just they're going at somebody else, they're going at someone else, they're going at someone else, they're going at someone else, and then bang, they hit you over the top. That's when it works.
Yeah, and they almost it's I don't know. I put myself in if I'm Mike Caldwell, Doug Peterson's defensive coordinator. I'm trying to think. All right, what am I going to try to take away? And
who's the guy? Who's the guy you take away?
I guess I would try to stop the running game because Jalen Hurts' effectiveness in that. So that's what Washington did, and it didn't matter. But I would still force, and I think Minnesota came in with that game plan as well, to force Jalen Hurts to beat them throwing the football. I think that's still the better way to go. But it's not working. It's not working right now.
Yeah. John McMullen's with us on the defensive side of the ball. You got Nick Sirianni on the offense or as the head coach. You got Shane Steichen on the offensive play calling. Those 2 guys, they are like Steichen. I don't think people had much of an opinion of. People like Sirianni.
Yeah, he's going to be a head coach next year.
If they keep running at this level, right?
Yeah,
but
he's going to be. This is it. If they keep going at this level, he's going to be a head coach next year.
But John Gannon was the bane of people's existence for the most part. As he figured,
it's such a weird thing. Such a good guy. Such a nice guy. Top 10 defense last year, number 5, as I mentioned, as we speak today. I don't know. It's all about sacks.
Yes,
but the critics can't complain because they got the sacks in Washington.
Well, they got the sacks, but they're not blitzing, right? And they got the sacks, but they're not blitzing, and that's what John wants. That's what most people want, but that's particularly
that's what every defensive coordinator wants. By the way, every single one of them.
Right, and they're getting it, but is that sustainable though? Because if he doesn't get pressure, that's when all of a sudden he looks like, hey, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's not aggressive enough. That's the next step for him, right? Is if we're not getting the 4-man pressure, I've got to get more creative on game day, in game.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised because I checked the numbers, and the Eagles actually blitzed, I think it was 13 times, I think 25% of the time, believe it or not. Now, they got 9 sacks, and 7 of them were without the aid of the blitz. So the vast majority was just guys winning one-on-ones, and that's what JG and everybody else would prefer, because if you can get home with 4, you got more people it just makes sense. You got more people in pass coverage, make it more difficult on the back end. They blitzed the same amount against Minnesota, 25. I think it was 25.2. So, I mean, look, in Minnesota, it was different because Kirk Cousins is not going to hold on to the ball, but he threw it up for grabs. They had the 3 picks. And this week he had a quarterback in Carson Wentz who's going to hold on to the ball, and you get all the sacks. I for the life of me, I can't understand why people get – football is not a statistical game. If you like stats, go watch baseball. Go dive into those numbers because those numbers are relevant. They're important. They are over a large sample size when you play 162 games. You know, what ends up on the back of your baseball card tends to be what you are as a player, whether it's a pitcher or hitter. In football, look at that game, Mike, as a perfect example. Look at the last 2 games. All right, people say, what are the Eagles doing in the second half? Well, it's human nature. Yeah, they let the foot off the gas. And even though Nick Sirianni didn't want to admit it in Washington, it was the same thing. He admitted it against Minnesota. We let the foot off the gas, but he didn't want to say it 2 weeks in a row. So he said, no, it's human nature. You're not threatened. You're not threatened. So,
well, and there's the element
of bit of a lull.
John, the element of fans want domination and they want perfection all the time. But the way the coaches think is, I have a 24-2 lead. I don't feel threatened, and I don't want to show Jacksonville anything else. I'm not going to run plays that I can run against Jacksonville.
And that's part of it as well. And that's part of it as well. So, and you look at Carson Wentz. And the first half of the game, I forget the numbers. The Eagles had 320 or somewhere around that. 320 offensive yards in the first half. Washington had 50. And Wentz was like 3 of 10. And then he ends up with 200 yards passing, and it certainly didn't look like a good game. But, it was NBA style glorified garbage time for 30 minutes. Never threatened for one iota.
Which is odd to say, John, when we watch these games week in and week out, every one of these games, they're coming down to the final play. It's a last-second thing. Yeah. It's one score. And that's what it's so weird about this Eagles team so far is they have just utterly dominated the opposition, and that's not what this league's supposed to be about. When you look at the schedule, you're like, well, that's a tough game, and that's a tough – not in terms of tough game. It's just that all these teams are so evenly matched, and Philadelphia is making it look so easy.
Yeah, and I wrote about that at Sports Illustrated, that exact thing. The NFL brags about that. They send out releases every week, and they say, hey, 75% of the games are one-score games. That's what the product is built on, is that drama at the end, the red zone, the 1 o'clock games, and you have all this back and forth and back and forth. Most NFL games are incredibly close. They're coming down to the fourth quarter, and the Eagles have been absolutely dominating people. I think it was my buddy Sheil Kapati who came up in the first half. The Eagles are plus 620 something in yardage, plus 620. The number 2 team is plus 350 or somewhere in that range. It's been amazing over the first 3 weeks. And again, it's a small sample size. I expect some hiccups. But this team has dominated. So to sit there and say, oh, they haven't scored in the fourth quarter. Well, look at the one game they were challenged in, and that was Detroit. And no, they didn't score, but they got the football and they ran a perfect 4-minute offense and bled the entire clock out. So Detroit didn't have a chance to win the game. Is that effective? That's effective. I don't care if they score. If the other team doesn't get the football, you got no issues. And that's exactly what coaches talk about with a 4-minute offense. So, yeah, and my overriding point is when you get through 17 games and you add up Carson Wentz's statistics, you're not looking at garbage time. So, football is not a statistics-based game. So it drives me crazy when people just look at that and say 9 sacks, 9 sacks, 9 sacks. They did the same thing against Minnesota. They dominated up front, but the quarterback got rid of the football, so they don't have 9 sacks. It's the same thing.
Got to get the sacks, man. People want sacks, John.
No, it's bizarre. And if they get
look at last night. They got how many sacks did Dallas get last night?
Yeah, they had 24 pressures.
Right,
so
but they were just the poor. I said, who do you feel worse for, Daniel Jones or Carson Wentz?
Yeah, Daniel got it worse than Carson, which is pretty amazing.
Amazing.
So it's the same thing. I mean, to me, pressures is more important than sacks, but I know people love them. It drives me nuts.
5 sacks they had last night, by the way, Dallas, and I would say their defense was probably more efficient than Phillies almost.
Yeah, 20. As I said, 24 pressures.
Yeah.
Eagles had 17, and 17 is astonishing.
Hey, John,
24 is ridiculous.
What is your takeaway from that last night between those two NFC East teams? What do we know now about those two teams after 3?
Well, the Giants, Brian Abel did a great job winning 2 games, but they are what we thought they are. They're a rebuilding team. They're not relevant, and they'll start to fall by the wayside. The Cowboys are a good team. They have a ton of, their roster is very top heavy. The top of their roster is really good. Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, Trayvon Diggs, C.D. Lamb, even though he had a terrible game. They have some really, really impactful players at the top of their roster. Depth is an issue, and we got to see Dak Prescott when he gets back. But all Cooper Rush does is win games. He's got the highest winning percentage in NFL history, Mike Gill. How's that for a stat?
I got to read a text message that I got earlier before you jumped on. Somebody listening on the app. Cooper Rush is better than Dak, and the Cowboys would be stupid to put Dak back in. It's from Mike and Hamilton. Hey, he signed his name. I want to give him a shout-out. Mike and Hamilton, have another blueberry, buddy.
Yeah, you knew those people were coming, by the way.
Holy mackerel.
They're just not as explosive. He deserves credit for managing games and not turning it over and putting him in a position to win. That's all you want from your backup quarterback. So he deserves a ton of credit, but obviously they have to get Dak Prescott healthy. If they do, I think they're a playoff-level team. They'll be fighting for a playoff spot, but the Eagles are better. The Eagles are better than the Cowboys with Dak Prescott. Never mind without him. The Eagles are good. It's just a matter of how good.
Better than you thought they were going to be?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, much better. I did not see this offense coming. I didn't see it. I knew they had the offensive line. I knew they had the running game. I knew A.J. Brown was a good player. But when you see it all fit into place, it's been something to watch. Yeah. And like I said, if I'm sitting there trying to game plan against the Eagles, I don't know what I'm trying to stop. I look back at what Todd Bowles did, and I try to replicate that in the playoffs. But now that AJ's there, it's tough to replicate that.
All right, John McMullen, of course, tomorrow morning, Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, 8 o'clock. I'll be on at 8:20. You can follow him at JF McMullen and read him at Sports Illustrated for all his Eagles coverage. And, of course, right here tomorrow, 3 o'clock, Nick Sirianni will be talking tomorrow as they get ready for Doug Peterson.
And Doug Peterson.
And Doug Peterson.
with us tomorrow.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, he's not going to opt out of the Philly media, is he?
Nah, Doug's going to be thrilled to talk to us. Doug is, Doug gets to talk to 3 people every day. He's used to talking to 30.
Is that a question? Are you happy that there's only 3 people to take questions from instead of 33?
Yeah, I might. Yeah, now that you might have given me my question. At least I'll throw that out as a joke and get a follow up.
All right, John. We'll talk to you, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
John McMullen, 97.3 ESPN. Of course, you're home for Eagles football. We got Eagles and Jags this Sunday, 1 o'clock right here. Busy week for us, of course, when the Eagles game is here. We'll talk to former Eagle and former Jaguar Clay Harbor on Friday's show. He'll give us our outside view. Remember Clay? I actually used to host shows with Clay when we did the player show over at Chickies and Pete's He was actually on The Bachelorette. Did you know that, Josh? Clay Harbor.
Did not know that. I know he went to Florida, didn't he?
Clay Harbor, Florida. Not ringing a bell. But he was on The Bachelorette. Now, Jesse Palmer went to Florida, and he was on The Bachelor. He was The Bachelor.
That part I did know.
Smooth operator. He's now the host of The Bachelor. Did you know that?
I did know. That's why he misses college football final every other week.
I'm missing college football final for The Bachelor, too. Coming up, Daniel House Jr., one of the newest Sixers, joins me. You don't want to miss what he had to say about James Harden. That's at 3:45. Hey, by the way, congratulations. I got another qualifier. Going to be hanging out with us, Ken in Seaville. He'll be hanging out on October 28th at Garden State Beer Company. Someone's winning a pair of tickets, club box seats, to see the Eagles treat Carson Wentz like a rag doll again. Another chance for you to qualify this hour. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports.
You haven't downloaded?
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
ESPN.
332 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. Download the app, and you can have a opportunity to win an overnight stay plus a $100 gift card to Ocean Casino Resort. We'll announce the winner on Friday. All you need to do is go to 973ESPN.com or use the free mobile app to check that out. Opportunity to win the Ocean Casino $100 gift card and an overnight stay at Ocean. Mike, I got some text messages here I want to read off. This is from Mike in Ocean View. He says, Mike, that's the most asinine thing I've ever heard. A sack is a loss of yardage, and it keeps the clock running. This guy is a moron. There's a huge difference between a sack and a hurry. Where the quarterback throws the ball away on the sack, they lose yardage, and it keeps the clock running. I'm sorry, Mike, but there's just no way that there's not a difference between a sack and a hurry. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a difference in a sack and a hurry, but I think his point is, Mike in Ocean View, and I appreciate your text message, you thought that out in a literal term. He's saying the result of the play. If you get a hurry and the quarterback has to throw the ball away and they're constantly not able to complete passes because they're being hurried all game long, you're saying the difference is that they lose yards and the clock continues to run. Yes, that's a literal reason as to why a sack is different from a hurry. John's point is if you constantly keep hurrying the quarterback, it could turn into interceptions, throwing the ball away, negative things, not positive things. So, yes, when you get a sack, it technically is different. But his point is if you get hurries and it forces offenses into getting out of rhythm, that they can be just as impactful, right? The point he's making is if you hurry the quarterback and he has to get rid of the ball and it's an incomplete pass, you've done your job. Now, getting a sack is obviously a better result, but you're not going to get a sack on every single play. And his point is fans discount hurries because the end result is not the sack.
Right. The sack has been glamorized.
Right. It's a stat, and hurries generally is not a stat.
Right. Like,
you
for
can
example,
find them now, but
you can find them, but it's not. It hasn't been hyped and glamorized. Like I made this comment last week, Mike. I'll bring it up to you real quick. One of the problems is as sports fans, we were programmed for years to hyper focus on certain stats.
Now, Mike in Ocean View has accepted that answer and gave me a beer cheers.
Well, Mike sounds like a good guy.
He sounds like a reasonable guy.
I could have a drink with Mike.
I could. I might have to.
He
sent me a beer, and he gave me a cheers.
There you go.
Yeah, but no, I mean, his point is literal. Like, yes, the fact of the matter is if you get a sack, it's better than a hurry. But John's point is fans downplay hurries because they're not sacks.
Right, and it's because of the fact that we have decades of being told certain stats are more important, and then all of a sudden when we got better and more information, people are still stubborn and looking at the newspaper.
Listen, Brandon Graham is not a sack artist. He's not a double-digit sack guy. But what
he's-
he is a hurry monster.
He's a clutch pass rusher.
He definitely makes the quarterback rush. He makes the quarterback get rid of the ball before he wants to. He definitely is one of those guys that has more hurries than he does sacks. That probably can't be debated. He is definitely not one of the better sack artists in this league. You know, you get a guy who's constantly, though, and it comes back to, you know, you hit the quarterback, you keep hitting him, he gets rid of that ball a split second quicker because he feels the rush coming.
Right.
And even if he doesn't get the sack. That's where the Eagles have been one of the better teams with the pass rush. They get a lot of hurries,
And
but
at the
fans
end
don't
of the
love
day,
hurries.
if you force an interception off of that hurry, that's more important because guess what? You immediately get the ball back. The sack on third down forces a punt. An interception off a hurry, that's more valuable.
Well, listen, if you are like last night, the Eagles had more sacks against the Washington Commanders than Dallas had against the New York Football Giants last night. But the Dallas defense had pressures. I think it was like almost 40% of the plays last night. So they didn't sack them as much as the Eagles did. And now you might say, look, the Eagles only gave up 8 points. Dallas gave up more than that. But they had a ton more pressure. And that's where Dallas down the line, I think their defense, we asked the question, do you trust that the Eagles' defense is going to be able to maintain this level of pressure week in and week out? That's really kind of hard to anticipate. I can't really say that I feel like they're going to be able to get front four pressure every single week. That's what I asked John. Hey, that's the next evolution for John Gannon for me, is if his team is not getting pressure with the front four, in game, can he make that adjustment and say, all right, we're not getting front four pressure. I'm going to have to dial up a little something. I got to do something a little different. I got to dial up a blitz. I got to do something to get that pressure that I'm not getting. Right? I mean, that's the next evolution for me for John Gannon. Can you get creative in game? He doesn't want to have to blitz, but some nights you're going to have to. This might be the week. I don't know.
And also, you got to be consistent. We need to see you consistently put out a certain level of effort.
Well, listen, you can't expect any player to give you 17 games of their best.
No, but you want some consistency. You want there's a middle ground between allowing 35 points to the Lions and allowing 15 points the last two games combined. There's a middle ground there of quality football, right?
Always. Now, keep in mind, the Lions game on the road, a little different environment from playing at home. Now,
Absolutely.
Washington was on the road too, but what did John Gannon said today that they had to go into a silent count because of the problems that they have with the crowd noise in their own building. That's awful.
Eagle fans.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge difference when you're on the road and you don't have to really play a road game. Right? I mean, when you went to Detroit, that was a road game. You had to deal with the elements.
Yep.
In Washington, not so much. What happened to the Washington fan base? They used to have great fans. People would dress up like hogs, playing music. They had a pep band. Well, they changed their name 3 times, and I guess the fans kind of left them. Plus, they haven't been all that good. But that's no reason not to be a fan. The team not being good is not a reason to not be a fan.
It's a lukewarm fan base, Mike.
Terrible. Pathetic. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Hey, coming up, we've got Who's In, Who's Out coming up at 4:45. Adam Caplan is football at 4. But coming up next, Sixers 3-and-D man, Daniel House Jr. joins me right here on the Sports Bash.
There.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. We've got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be MyRKChevy.com, MyRKKia.com, and MyRKSubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, You want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got a lot of feel-good stuff going on. Eagles winning, Phillies trying to make the playoffs. But don't forget, the Sixers, Media Day, training camp, they're right around the corner, and a lot of excitement around this team. They added some new pieces. We have one of those new pieces with us right now here on the Sports Bash. Daniel House Jr. is with us as he is a new Sixer in Philadelphia. Daniel, welcome to Philly first off, and welcome to the Sixers, man.
Thank you. It feels good to be here, and it's an honor to be here.
Well, let's talk a little bit about you being here and how you kind of see yourself fitting in, because a lot of people are saying, man, look at all the people they added in this offseason. Where do you kind of see your fit with this roster that, you know, they brought the core back. They just kind of fit some pieces around it, you and PJ and some others. So where do you see yourself with all this crew?
I never really looked into that part. I just want to really care about getting out there and playing and just contributing. So I never really just sat there and be like, oh, I'm going to bring this to the team, or I can do this for the team. I'm going to do whatever the team needs me to do. So whichever role they need me to play, I'm going to play it to ensure that we can get some dubs and make sure that we winning and we competing at the highest level.
Yeah, I know you have some familiarity with a couple of guys, PJ and James, obviously, Morey, who brought you here. And you had your best years with those guys, 41% from three back in 18-19. You averaged 10 and a half in a game, 36 from three back with Houston. What do you think you need to do to kind of get yourself back to that level of play?
No, just stay consistent and just stay aggressive and just play within the team concept. The team is going to do a good job of setting me up and making sure that the point stuff handles itself. You know what I'm saying? So not really worried about that. The team is going to make sure that the ball is moving accordingly. Just be in the spots and knocking down my shots and being aggressive and showcasing athleticism or something that Philly or the staff doesn't know about me yet. So, you know what I'm saying? I always trying to tap into a different type of me to bring something new up out of myself when I step out there to represent this team and when I play for this team in the city.
I know if people got a chance to watch you play in Houston, the Philly fans are really going to enjoy your play. And you just kind of brought it up, Daniel, with this team. I don't know, maybe they were lacking a little athleticism, a little ability to defend on the perimeter, that open three. I would imagine when you look around at the guys on this team that you're going to step on the floor with, you will probably get some open looks. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Hey, I'm not complaining about it. Hey.
Well, you know, and you've played with James in the past, and you've played with PJ in the past. You guys had a little crossover there in Houston. Then you add a guy like Joel to the mix. I mean, just kind of in your mind, envision what offensively this could look like with, you know, guys. You know, this league is filled with guys now like you that get your spots, find it, and then get the open looks. I mean, that's pretty much the way this game is leaning now.
Yeah, but hey, when you got good guys like the guys that we have that's leading and propelling the way, making it easier for me, hey, I'm trying to just continue to hold my end of the bargain and make sure that we are strong as we take steps, as we grow and achieve the goals that we have set for each other and our team.
Yeah, for the people out there, Daniel, like, you know, can you kind of, you know, in your mind, the plan the Sixers had this offseason, they brought you in, they brought in PJ, Morton comes in. I mean, they added a bunch of guys who I think, you know, everybody was saying, hey, maybe that series against Miami, there wasn't enough toughness. Joel was very vocal about it. Can you see what their vision was this offseason and see yourself as a perfect fit for what they were trying to add?
Yeah. I think all we're doing is just retuning some things and sharpening a few dull knives to make sure that we're prepared to go into battle, you know. So that's all we did is just, like I said earlier, we just got better by adding a few pieces. And then, like I said, we got guys that's selfless on the roster, DeAnthony Milton, of course, PJ Tucker, Tobias, Maxey. We got guys myself, we got guys that can play different roles that's going to impact the game, different times of the game. So we just got to play with one another and be consistent as much as possible and put the hat on so we can make sure we go to work so we can win, because winning will soothe it off for all of us.
I know you played on some pretty talented and deep Suns teams, but how would you stack up the depth and the talent where you are now? I know you guys really haven't stepped on the floor yet, but you know, you played with, you know, Paul and Harden, and that team was pretty deep and had but that team had a lot of good complementary players. Like, that's what made that team so good. You guys worked so well. When you look at this Philadelphia team, how do they kind of stack up with probably the best team you've been on, right, back in Houston?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you kind of stack this roster up against that one?
That's tough, but Joel is always a dominant center in the game. Is always going to prepare, you know, no disrespect. So we had you had Joel right there. Of course, I think at that time he would beat Clint Capella. No disrespect to CC, that's my man, but of course that would cause a lot of impact. And then if you think about me now versus me when I was younger, of course I'm way better. Of course James is way better. PJ is way better. So we all matured. So I'm going to go ahead and say the current team will beat that team.
You mentioned James, and obviously last year when he made the trade, there were so many questions. You've seen him, I guess. I mean, are Sixers fans prepared to see a different James Harden than the one they saw when he came to Philly last year, in your opinion?
I mean, he just got there at the end, so, I mean, give him a fresh start. I feel like it's a fresh start for him, too, because he gets a start at the beginning, technically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get to really see what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Really judge and really get a glance at at the merchandise. You know, if that makes any sense.
No,
you can't really. You can't really. Yeah, it's jumping off the shelf and it sells, and it's going to do what it do. But you got to give it time to do what it do.
Well, he said earlier, I guess, on Monday, basically that he lost 100 pounds. Now, I find that hard to believe, but obviously he's making a joke, but I'm assuming he looks like a much different James Harden than the one he admitted, hey, I came here, I maybe wasn't 100%. We're all wondering if, because some people wondered, is he the same guy? Or is he healthy? Was he not healthy last year? You know him pretty well.
Yeah, I do. I'm just going to say, I'm going to just drop this for you. You'll be pleased with what he done. You'll be pleased in his efforts that he contributes to his off-season work. You will be happy.
All right. Well, we're happy to see Daniel House with us here with the Sixers. Obviously, they kind of retooled this bench and the depth of this team. But one guy, a lot of people, I wanted to get your opinion on that. Maybe a lot of people don't know all that much about is DeAnthony Melton and your guys, because he was a Western Conference guy. You probably saw him more than the Sixers fans. How much adding that piece with you and PJ, and then they went out and signed Harrell a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot of very intriguing guys that you're going to be playing with.
Yeah. I mean, me and DeAnthony Melton played in summer league together.
And Melton's an exciting up and down type of player.
Yeah, he's really excited, man. I'm really happy. He's a real good dude. He works really hard. Montrez, I've been knowing Trez. I played against him in college, a real hard worker. So all these guys are real, real hard-working guys that deserve what they deserve. So it's just good to go into battle with them once again.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a fun season. We know that. This team has been there. They've been close. Getting guys like you and the guys we mentioned could help them get over the top. We're excited for another year of Sixers basketball, and we obviously look forward to watching you guys get this all together. Training camp is here. Daniel House Jr., the Sixer, with us here on the Sports Bash. Daniel, we appreciate you spending a couple minutes with us, man.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Philly, man. Welcome.
It's lit.
All right, there's Daniel House Jr. here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him. I think you're going to watch a guy who will be shooting the three, defending on the perimeter. They got a lot of depth, a lot of athletes. We'll talk more about it all week long as the Sixers open training camp here. And, of course, you can listen to Sixers basketball all season long on 97.3 ESPN. But coming up right now, I need caller number 7, 609-573. 3776, caller number 7 right now. We turn our attention from the Sixers over to the Eagles. I've got Eagles Commanders club box seats for their Monday night football game. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered in for a chance to win Eagles club box seats for Monday night football. You must be present to win at Garden State Brewery on October the 28th. We're going to have a live happy hour Friday show, and we will draw one lucky winner to win those tickets to go see the Eagles Commanders club box tickets. Caller 7 right now. Good luck. And don't go away, because coming up next, we'll get Adam Caplan's take on the Eagles' dominating performance. What did he see? You don't want to miss it. That's next. This is the
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers. With new inventory arriving daily, find your award-winning local Acura dealership today. Check out Acura's lineup online at DelValAcuraDealers.com. Adam Caplan's here from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show. They will bring you the pre- and post this Sunday for the Eagles and Jags. Let's take a look back to the game on Sunday against the Washington Commanders. Couple takeaways from Adam here as the Eagles are one of only two undefeated teams left, Adam. So let's take a little look back to the game on Sunday and some of the key things that stood out to you in a dominating performance.
Yeah, Mike, good to be with you there. Yeah, no doubt. It was, quite frankly, one of the best first halves I've seen this team having, not only last year and this year, but quite frankly, and I'm going to say a couple of years, really maybe 2019, 2018 under Doug Peterson. They were both dominant. The Eagles actually had their highest pass attempt total under Nick Sirianni of 27 attempts. They were very aggressive, which is what we've wanted. We told people this is going to happen. We just didn't know when it was going to happen. It did. We actually talked about this in the spring during OTAs. This is what they wanted to do, and they're doing it because the quarterback could handle it. Hurts could not handle it last year, the high volume. That's why they wouldn't throw the ball much. But they're now a passing team. They're all three games, the pass attempts are in the 20s, which is actually over the league average. So I think we're starting to see how much they want to throw. And defensively, Mike, they were just magnificent. There's no question. They completely shut down Washington in just about every phase. Couple running plays they could have done better. But overall, I mean, I don't know what more you could want out of this team.
I guess, one of the takeaways that some people had is they scored 24 points in the first half again and nothing in the second half. Do you leave concerned about the sporadic nature, I guess, of this offense through, I guess the first week they were, they had pretty much more consistent. But the last 2 weeks, they only scored in the first half, nothing in the second half.
Yeah, they've actually only scored in one quarter in the second half out of all six. So they're up. They've been up so big it hasn't mattered. It'll matter though if the game is close, because that's where the urgency comes in. It's Andy Reid's teams did this from time to time over the years, not always, but I remember when I would cover the team from more of a daily basis, be down there at NovaCare. I remember either talking to Andy or talking to some people there about, why are you guys you're getting these leads? You guys are falling flat. It's really hard to keep up the urgency. It's like you need somebody to push you, and that's the way I look at that. Again, it's fair. It's all fair because it's true. But there's so little to complain about or criticize with the team. I'm having, actually, after 3 weeks, I'm having problems doing it. It was easy last year. There was so much on the table. Mike, there's not much. And we're dropping our next show, by the way, tomorrow. We uncovered some stuff from our sources that, which is actually very good, which we won't be talking about here. But just to give you an idea, they did some different things on defense. Some small wrinkles they added. But if you look at weaknesses, I would say after 3 games, run defense is very good, but this game it doesn't show in the average per run, which is just a number. You actually have to go play by play. They had 3 or 4 run plays which they have to be better, where their run fits weren't good. But offensive line, you could say that the offensive line had some problems blocking for the run. It's what's the numbers show. There's certainly the tape shows that from what we're told. But overall, the quarterback play is at a high level. Protection is ridiculously great. I don't know if there's a team right now blocking better for the pass than they are. It's just simply incredible. And kudos to Jeff Stoutland, their line coach, who's now coaching with his third staff. Let's not forget, he was brought in 2013 or was it Chip's first year? I know he's there the second year. Was it second year?
With Alabama with Chip that first year.
Right, for the first year, yes. So he's amazing, and it's coaching matters, and the coaching has gotten, not that he's on a separate island with their staff. He's like elite, but I think what's happened here, Mike, is the staff working with this group, they have a better feel for what they can do.
Yeah, Adam, I guess they're 3-0. You look around football, these games are close. They're one-score games. They come down to the wire. The Eagles are dominating. Are they as good as the record indicates, or are they playing some teams that just is the gap in talent between them and these teams they played that wide?
That's a great question, because I don't know if you know this, well over half the games are going over the Vegas, under the Vegas total, actually, this year. The defenses are a little bit ahead of the offenses, which, by the way, first 2 to 3 weeks every year, that's the case. The defenses are ahead of the offenses. But what's funny is I thought it'd be a high-scoring game. Now, I had the Eagles. I've picked the Eagles to win and cover. So I'm 2-1 against the spread picking the Eagles. I'm 3-0 straight up. But this game I thought would go over because I knew the Eagles would score. Well, they did, 24 points in the second quarter, which is pretty darn amazing. But they didn't score in the second half, and Washington scored a meaningless 8 points, where Wentz brought the team back. He actually had a very good second half where he played poorly in the first half against Detroit. They actually had the ball down 8 with a chance to tie, but they didn't wind up winning, where that was not empty. This game is totally empty after the second half. Complete garbage time numbers. Played a bad game. Their offensive line was pitiful. It just, everything it goes to your question. Okay, Eagles are very much better than, I think we all know this. They're way better than Washington. How about this one? I talked to 2 people who were at the game, and one who works for the Eagles, and said that one guy said 60%, one person said 70% Eagle fans versus compared to Washington fans in Washington Stadium. That's just absurd. That can't happen. What an embarrassment for Washington they are. That is one of the biggest embarrassments I've ever heard for a team. Now, I know, depending on where you live, you can get there in 2 hours to Landover, Maryland, but Mike, that's embarrassing.
We were talking about that before he came on, the fact that the Eagles had a second road game. Detroit, they had some problems with the noise. John Gannon said yesterday, or today, I guess, that Washington had to go silent count in their own building.
Yeah, I think Nick Sirianni was the one who actually said that, or wanted them to do that and see if it could happen.
That he wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
And Gannon, I think, said today that it did happen.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I know the Washington fans were once, in terms of turning out, were once one of the best in the National Football League, big stadium, bad owner, bad team, and this is what you get. And obviously the owners reviled around the National Football League. And this is what it is, and the Eagles certainly took advantage of them. And, man, they got it going on here. There's no question about it.
Spash. You look around, it's tough to find weaknesses, but what are areas, if they're practicing this week, where are some weaknesses they're trying to fill?
I was saying before, I didn't really I've gone through this. I've asked people who've graded the tape for us for Inside the Birds. We're going to talk about this tomorrow. That's actually going to be part of what we're talking about. It's just the younger players. Jordan Davis has got to be better. He definitely had some plays, which we're going to talk about on our show tomorrow. He plays too high. His technique's got to improve. It's just individual players playing better. But there aren't. See, that's the thing about this team. If you go through the roster of the players who played in this game, like the issue that they have is it's areas. Okay, the special teams coverage has to be better. Their return game. It's actually the return game. The return game is really the area. We knew this in training camp. We talked about this Inside the Birds weeks ago, that Quez Watkins is not comfortable returning kicks, and it's obvious. Punt returns. Covey has been okay. He's had 2 or 3 returns in 3 games that were good. But I thought, how about this one where they put Devontae Smith in there? That surprised me as a changeup. Now, you don't want to keep doing that because you're asking for trouble. You don't want this guy to get hurt doing something that he shouldn't be doing. But that decisions always tell you what teams think. You don't have to guess. They're telling you. They don't think Covey's good enough right now. It doesn't mean they're going to take him off of it. But the fact that they thought they had to put Smith in for a return, that means Covey's not good enough. And the return game has got to be better, Mike. When is the last time they had a good return game?
When Sproles was healthy. That's the last one I can think of, right?
Years ago.
Adam, I heard a comment from one Brandon Graham. He was asked if this team's roster is better than the Super Bowl roster. He said this.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah. No question.
No question. He thinks this roster is better than the 2017. That was courtesy of the Zach Gelb show on CBS Sports Radio. Is Brandon Graham right? Does this team compare to the Super Bowl roster?
Well, it's funny you should ask, because on Thursday we were having a special guest for our Patreon subscribers of Inside the Birds. The only way you could listen to the interview, you must be a subscriber. We will not be putting out on YouTube for free. We're putting on our Patreon page. We're going to have John DeFilippo, the former Eagles quarterbacks coach of the Super Bowl team, and I'm going to ask him that question. It's on my list. I sent John 10 questions. He responded to some stuff, which is interesting. I cannot wait for him to say it on this special pod that Moshe and I are going to have. And that is definitely one of the questions. And he responded. It's really interesting because he's familiar with Hurts. He actually interviewed him at the Combine when he worked for the Bears, and he has some good stuff on Hurts. And John went through a lot with that 16-17 team. He was the heartbeat of the offense in terms of the quarterback position. And let's not forget, he was the one who put together the number 1 offense in terms of red zone in 2017. He ran the red zone offense. So he knows what he's looking at, and he's got some great stuff because he has watched the Eagles a lot this season. And it's just so funny. We didn't plan it this way, but of course he coached for the Jaguars as their OC. He worked for Doug, and Doug happens to be coming back this week.
Doug Peterson will be back. You wonder what kind of vibe there will be in the building. He's certainly a guy that was revered. He's not going to get booed. He's not a guy that people wanted out. So I would imagine there's going to be a pretty emotional feeling at the beginning of that game, Adam.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? This is my thinking on that. I would say just because people can be knuckleheads, I'm sure there'll be like 50 people who boo. The fans, by and large, love Doug. They understood what happened at the end. Like it unfortunately tends to end a lot with the Eagles. The coaches either have a problem with the general manager or the owner. This time there were a lot of issues. Obviously, the owner wanted him out because of the coaching staff. They had a disagreement. The owner had a different philosophy than Doug did, and that had to end. But yeah, he has great relationships, Doug, from what I'm told here. And I got to tell you, we're going to break this game down Friday. I'm going to give you one hint. This is their toughest opponent on paper based on roster. They're super young and they're
Now,
talented.
stretch coming up: Jacksonville, Arizona, Dallas, and the bye. Before the bye, and then Pittsburgh, Houston, Washington, Indianapolis, Green Bay, the 27th. Which teams do you see will present some of the toughest challenges? I saw something yesterday. They are not an underdog in any of the remaining games already, according to Vegas.
Mike, how great was it and unbelievable that they were underdog in every single game of the playoffs in 2017? I mean, come on. And then this time, were they a dog against Detroit? I forget. No, they were a favorite. Yeah, they were favorite. Yeah. All right. So Jaguars will be the toughest of the first four. Arizona's bad. They're not playing well. No DeAndre Hopkins. They're not. I give them credit. They did a good job defensively, surprising against the Rams, but overall they're not good. It'll be Jacksonville in Week 4 this week on Sunday, and then that Sunday night game in Week 6 at home against Dallas on October 16th, 8:20. That Sunday night game, that's going to be really, really difficult. Dallas has got a tremendous defense. Zeke Elliott has actually looked good. They're just not giving the ball a lot. And Cooper Rush is one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league. And that the kid Smith, their first rounder, the left tackle, shockingly playing well. Look, he's held up. And Jason Peters played last night, too.
All right, Adam Caplan's back on Friday. We will break down Eagles and Jaguars right here on Football at 4. Get the podcast Inside the Birds. And don't forget, they got that special podcast. When's that dropping with John DeFilippo?
Probably Thursday. Yeah, I'm thinking Thursday. Yeah, cannot wait. He was on with us once before. This one should be an hour when we're done it. And I cannot wait. And John loves to talk, so this will be fun.
Be good. Check out all the Inside the Birds platforms for that. And, of course, the Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show on their YouTube channel on game days. Adam, appreciate it, bud.
Thank you.
And Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash. Of course, football at 4 each and every day. At 4 o'clock, we get the best insight on the Eagles in all of South Jersey on 97.3 ESPN. I like Adam's take as we take a look at this team going forward. He thinks Jacksonville's the most talented team they'll play before the bye. That includes Dallas, by the way. And then they have the bye, post-bye, Pittsburgh, Houston, Washington, Indianapolis, Green Bay. That 27th is the one game that appears like it will be a team. I think Green Bay is kind of turning the corner a little bit after that opening week loss. Tennessee won last week. I don't think they're the same. Then you got a 3-game stretch. New York, Chicago, Dallas, all on the road. Saints are so Jekyll and Hyde, like most teams in this league. I mean, the schedule's just – I'm telling you, by the end of this year, the conversation's going to be they didn't play anybody. I'm not all that impressed. They didn't beat anybody. I got news for you. Watch everybody else's schedule. They're not playing anybody either. The whole league is mediocre. There is not – I'm looking right now at a Week 4 power poll. They've got Miami number 1, Philadelphia number 2, Buffalo number 3, Green Bay number 4, the Rams number 5. There's just not a lot of cream rising to the top type of teams right now. That Miami and the Eagles are 1 and 2 in most power polls. All right, speaking of which, we'll do Find 5, Ugly 5 tomorrow. But coming up at 4:45 tonight, who's in, who's out? I've got 14 playoff teams, although I don't really think there are 14 playoff teams. I could not find 14 worthy playoff teams. We'll do that coming up. I want to tell you about my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating Cooling. The professionals, is there anything better than the beginning of football season? Of course not. And we're there. It's also time for you to tackle those home improvement issues that you put off all summer long. And that's why you need to call my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling, the professionals, for their $79 fall, or as I call it, football season tune-up special, all for new customers for just $79. They'll check and clean your system to make sure it's safe and running at max efficiency. Prepare to get you through these upcoming cold months, regardless of who originally installed it. Were your bills too high last winter? Maintenance or a new system from Ambient Comfort may help with rising energy costs for your family when comfort matters. Choose Ambient Comfort. Visit AmbientComfortNJ.com. That's AmbientComfortNJ.com. Or call them 609-568-0955. A $79 heater or furnace tune-up. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you. Get that heater fixed, man. As soon as it went from summer to fall, summer clocked right the hell out. We usually get that little, post-summer. We got nothing so far. Give me a nice day, can we? Can we get something here in the fall? Thank you very much. All right, coming up, headlines, who's in, who's out. the PT, Tuesday with Thompson. That's entertainment tonight. I wonder if he's watching the Dahmer on Netflix. Find out tonight at 5:30. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer. The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle, live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. You know, the people watching online, you get to see a little bit of a different show out there. And you just saw Adam Caplan, and he told us about John DeFilippo and his thoughts. You know, John DeFilippo was the one guy who many people credited Carson Wentz or for working with Carson Wentz. And then when DeFilippo left, people said, hey, he wasn't getting coached hard enough. John DeFilippo, I don't think, has a coaching job. Maybe the Washington Commanders need to see if DeFilippo wants to come back.
I mean, the problem is you know, will Wentz be open to that coaching?
Hey, listen,
again?
Wentz has to come to terms with.
Wentz needs to grow up.
He's just not the same player that he was. I feel bad for the guy in some respect. He just looks like a different player. Like
he looks like a shot fighter.
Well, I said this yesterday, and what Wentz to me, what made him such a talented, tough guy to defend was, and he can't do it anymore. He extended plays with his legs. He got out of, sacks would come and he'd spin out of them. He made plays with his legs. He can't do that anymore. And he's not an accurate enough thrower to stand in the pocket. He has to be a guy to make plays on the move. And then when he was the best in the game for a 13-game stretch, 11-game stretch, whatever it wasn't because he was standing there delivering footballs in the pocket. It's because he made plays with his legs. He avoided the rush. He avoided sacks. He was a playmaker. He wasn't a pocket passer. That's not who he ever has been. And I think he has to come to – it's not that he has to come to terms with it. The problem is he doesn't have it. Sometimes as an athlete, you have to come to terms. You're not – like Frank Tanana. Remember he used to throw like 98 miles an hour, and then he had a lot of arm problems.
Right.
And then he became a junk baller.
Right.
You have to understand who you are.
You have to evolve.
The problem is for Wentz, he doesn't have this elite ability to stand in the pocket and throw the football. He was an excelling player as a playmaking player, a avoider, a extend plays, using your legs. And if you take his legs away from him, he's not the same guy. And it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the kid in some aspects. You're watching a kid who's like, man, I used to be able to do some of this stuff, and I can't do it anymore.
He has to evolve, though. He has to, like you said, Frank Tanana, he has to learn how to do the other stuff.
Yes, he does have to evolve. I just don't think that that's not his strong suit. That's not the player that he is.
I think the problem is that he's stubborn, and he's still hanging on to the player he used to be instead of evolving into the player he could be.
That's true, too. But I just don't think – I think he knows it, that he's just not a classic drop-back pocket passer. And it's not – there's no fault with that. It's just that that's not what he is. He's not a pocket passer. He's a guy who avoided the rush. He was able to use his legs. He ran for first downs. He avoided rushes. Sacks would come, and you'd have the pocket, and he'd shoot right up the middle between the rush, or he'd spin out, reverse spin, and he can't make those plays anymore. He just can't do it. Look, the guy's had knee injuries, broken back. Broken back. Think about that. The guy broke his back.
He did.
What do you got?
I don't know if you saw this story last night because you were watching the Jeffrey Dahmer documentary, but Ian Rappaport reported last night that if the Giants' season doesn't go well, they could trade Kenny Galladay in a scenario where they would pay part of his salary in order to unload him. Again, if things don't go well, this report has been confirmed by Albert Breer of SI.
To me, that's a nothing burger. Who wants Kenny Galladay?
Well, you mentioned him earlier, so it came to mind.
I'm just saying. I'm answering your to the report. It's a nothing burger to me. I don't think anybody's buzzing the Giants off the hook saying, hey, what can I give you for Kenny Galladay? You want to pay me? No, I don't even want you to pay me for this guy. He's that bad right now.
Galladay has $10 million of his $17.75 million fully guaranteed for this year. An additional $4.5 will become fully guaranteed the first day of the league year. So he's getting paid a lot of money to do a lot of nothing.
Yeah, he has absolutely been the biggest disappointment in the last 2 years. I mean, he signed last year as a free agent. He did nothing last year.
Right.
He had 37 catches for 520 yards last year and a touchdown. In Detroit, in 2019, he had 65 catches for 1,100 yards and 5 touchdowns. He had 70 catches for 1,000 yards the year before. He had 11 touchdowns, excuse me. The year before that, he had 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns. What happened to that guy?
Like I said, there must be that much of a gap between Matthew Stafford and Daniel Jones, right? I mean, it's not like the Lions had this amazing offensive system, but the only difference was one year he has Stafford, another year he's got Daniel Jones.
Well, the last year he was in Detroit, he didn't do much. He got hurt. He had 5 games. He had 20 catches for 338 yards and 2 touchdowns. He got off to a great start. It's 67 yards a game. He hasn't come close since that injury. So maybe that has something to do with his play. Much like Wentz, the injury changed him.
Keeping it in the NFC East a little bit, I got a little Eagles news for you. LaRaven Clark is no longer in the nest. He has been signed off the Eagles practice squad by the Titans, who lost Taylor Lewan for the season.
Well, listen, you figure that somebody at some point is going to take a veteran player off your practice squad. You put a veteran player on there long enough, when an injury like that happens, that's when those players get snagged up sometimes. Offensive line play around this league is so bad. But when I saw the Lewan get hurt out for the year, somebody else, Rashawn Slater too. He was another guy. So I felt at some point someone would either call the Eagles or the Eagles just have so much depth on the offensive line. LaRaven Clark was a guy you might scoff at, people out there, but he was a guy who has started games in this league.
Yes. Have you seen the Bengals uniforms they're going to wear this Thursday
straight
night?
fire, dude.
These white uniforms with the black.
I've seen them. I commented on them already, man. Follow me on Twitter, at Mike Gill Show. You'll learn something. I commented on them already. The white on white with the white helmet and the Bengal stripes. Sweet.
I like the helmet, actually, the best part of it. I think the helmet is what really puts it over the top.
The white helmet for that, yeah. No, listen, I don't comment on uniforms all that much, but those caught my eye. They look good. Now, the Thursday night game is when you see a lot of these, wonky uniforms.
You do?
Yeah. The white helmet looks good. Like when West Virginia wears the white helmet with the state outline on it, I like those.
Those are nice.
Yeah, the white West Virginia helmets are nice.
Because the thing is, when you hear about a white helmet, you're not always on, theoretically in your mind, is this even going to look good or not? But these helmets, they look really nice.
No, I like the Eagle white helmets with the Kelly Green wings.
Yes, the classic.
The ones before the Kelly Green helmets with the silver wings.
Right.
I like the white helmet with the Kelly Green wings.
You want that to come back.
I prefer that. The Kelly Green doesn't do much for me. I feel like that's just something that people like to, Kelly Green. I don't need Kelly Green. I like
nostalgia. You know that.
Oh, I'm old.
I didn't say you were old. I just said nostalgia.
Oh, I didn't say you said I was old. I said I'm old. But
people who are younger than you have nostalgia too.
No, I'm saying I'm old, but I'm not. I don't care about the nostalgia. I just want the best look. I didn't love the Kelly Green. That's just me.
Do you want to hit on this Phillies news that came out a little earlier?
What's that? Nick Castellanos?
Nick Castellanos over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Folks can read more about it, but I want to get your reaction on the air.
Yeah, and he's hitting 6 in the lineup tonight. We have the Phillies lineup is out. There you go. On cue. Schwarber, Hoskins, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm, Castellanos, Marsh, Segura, Stott. Listen, this to me is about as playoff lineup as you're going to get. I think if they played a playoff game, this would be the lineup right here. Schwarber, Hoskins, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm, Castellanos, Marsh, Segura, Stott. That's what they're going with tonight. That to me is probably their playoff lineup. They got 10 games left, so Castellanos back. He's playing right field. For all the people who hammered Castellanos, in the month of August, he had 300 with 5 homers and 12 RBI. When he went out, the lineup took a dip. They need him back. They need him productive. He's hitting in the 6 hole. If you have Nick Castellanos hitting in the 6 hole, it's a pretty good lineup. Marsh, Segura, Stott, 7, 8, 9. That's some productive bats down there. This, to me, this 10-game stretch, we talked about it with Frank. If they don't make it to the playoffs, something's got to change because you can't keep rolling back some of these core guys, the Hoskins. You're not going to get rid of Harper. You can't get rid of Schwarber, Castellanos, Realmuto. That group of guys, they've all kept coming up short. So I like the lineup tonight. I don't love Hoskins in that 2-hole. That's not the way I would go. There's a guy who calls in all the time and leaves a message on the text line, 609-403-0973. He keeps yelling to get Schwarber out of that leadoff spot. Yo, buddy, I hate to tell you, they don't have a leadoff hitter. Who is going to hit leadoff on this team? I was another guy who said, listen, I try Stott there. Stott looks like he's cooked right now. He needs a break.
I mean, if I was to pick anyone to go to the leadoff at this point, the only guy I can think of is Segura.
Yep. But listen.
But he's not a natural leadoff hitter either.
You have to just hope. That guy's going crazy. They got to get Schwarber out of the leadoff spot. You just got to hope Schwarber gets hot at the right time. He hit 2 dingers in the game the other night. You just got to hope he's starting to get heated back up because look, if you told me there was a definitive answer for the leadoff spot, then yes, I would agree with you, Mike. They don't have an answer at the leadoff. They just don't have one.
What do you need to see from the Phillies these final 10 games? Is it specific wins and losses? Is it a certain style of play? What do you need to see down the stretch they come?
All right, here you go. The scenarios for the rest of the regular season. If the Phillies win all 10 games, they're in. If they go 9-1, they're in. If they're going 8-2, they're in. If the Phillies go 7-3, Milwaukee goes 9-0, Milwaukee's in. If the Phillies go 6-4, Milwaukee has to go 8-1. If the Phillies go 5-5, Milwaukee has to go 7-2. If the Phillies go 4-6, Milwaukee has to go 6-3. If the Phillies go 3-7, Milwaukee has to go 5-4. If the Phillies go 2-8, Milwaukee has to go 4-5. If the Phillies go 1-9, Milwaukee has to go 3-6. And if the Phillies go 0-10, Milwaukee still has to go 2-7. So best case for me, they have 3 against the Cubs. They have 4 against the Nationals. You've got to get 5 there. You go 5-5. Let's say you get swept by the Astros. Milwaukee's got to go 7-2. I don't think Milwaukee's going 7-2. So I think 5. If you get 2 in the Cubs series and 3 out of 4 against the Nationals, that's 5 wins.
Before you ever get to Houston.
Before you get to Houston. That gets you to 5. You would be 5-5. I think 5-5 would get it done. That means Milwaukee would have to go 7-2, and they play their final 9 games. They got 2 against the Cardinals, 4 against Miami, and 3 against Arizona. I know you can sweep Miami and sweep Arizona, but I think 7-2 is a lot to ask over the final 9 here. And I feel like if the Phillies get 5, they should be good.
Did you see, we get to basketball here real quick.
Yeah.
We had Daniel House on about an hour ago, but did you see the comments coming out of Brooklyn yesterday?
No, but I see the Ben Simmons shooting 3 in practice videos. Should I get excited for those?
Haven't I seen those before?
No, these are actually in practice.
But I've seen them before a game.
That's true. Somebody actually asked Ben how many 3-pointers he plans on shooting this season, I think. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't.
They asked him yesterday.
What did he say? All of them?
No, he said the question was, how many threes are you going to take this year? And Simmons said, bleep, who knows? What am I supposed to say, 43? That would be a you answer.
Honestly, if I was Ben Simmons, I just would have said all of them. And next question. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, how many threes are you shooting this year? He said, bleep, I don't know. But he said in the J.J. Redick pod that he did plan on shooting them this year.
We'll have to wait and see. But I bring up the Nets because obviously they were asked about the offseason with all the trade requests and Durant. And I think Durant's answer was, well, very Durant. Because they asked him about the offseason about trading him, and if he was surprised, and he said, no, I know that I'm that good that you're not just going to give me away. That's one thing I did appreciate about Sean Marks, the GM and owner, Joe Tsai. I know who I am. And he said he appreciated the communication that the Nets gave him. And he went on to say that, I'm still here because of that communication.
Jerry Buss, they were talking about this on Bart and Hahn today, told Kobe when Kobe wanted to get traded to the Clippers, you're a 5-carat diamond. I'm not trading you for 5 1-carat diamonds.
Right.
That's essentially what you have here. You're not getting fair value in return. So You can request a trade all you want. I can't get fair value, so don't expect me to trade you.
Kevin Durant went on to say to the media when they asked him about last season, he said, quote, "We bleeped up as a team, but I got faith moving forward that we all want the same things," speaking about the Nets organization.
Listen, I know the Nets were a dumpster last year. They had injuries. They had the vaccine thing. They had the trade. To me, the Nets are to me, they're the clear favorite. If all three of those guys play.
If they play, yes.
And there's not vaccine issues, which I don't even think Toronto has them anymore.
That's correct. Canada is removing all of their vaccination and testing requirements across the border starting October 1st.
Okay. So Kyrie's going to play. Durant. Ben Simmons. Those three guys, if they're all playing and there's no wonkiness, no injuries, no AWOL, no nothing, that team's winning the title. I hate to say it, but to me, I said it last year. Ben Simmons playing with Kyrie and Durant, you're not stopping them. You're not stopping them. That's just my thoughts. I think Ben's going to have maybe his best year ever.
We'll see.
We will see. Because
my thing with Ben is I'm still waiting to see it. Like, I'm still waiting to see certain things.
Yeah,
from him.
me too. But guess what? I've been somebody who I understand what he did in Philly. He was, to me, very difficult to replace. Yes, he doesn't shoot. He doesn't need to shoot on this team. The Sixers would have benefited much more if he did shoot. The Nets don't need him to shoot. They have two guys that are more than willing to shoot. The Sixers didn't have two guys that could pick up the offensive slack like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving.
I mean, that's why on that JJ Redick podcast, he spoke so highly of that, that winning streak when it was him and Redick and Ilyasova. Like
he didn't shoot during that winning streak either.
No, he was just dishing assists.
Yeah, if again, now those guys are a little wonky. Something crazy happens. This will be Ben Simmons' best year he's ever had, bar none. And that team will be the number one seed, and they are the clear favorites to win the title.
My thing is not even Ben Simmons' point. It's how motivated are Kyrie and Durant to actually go out there and get the job done? I mean, Kyrie basically is in a contract year, and Durant went it out, and now he's back in, I guess.
Yeah. Will in Northfield says you need to move Segura into the 2 spot, bring Hoskins down. Yeah, I'm all for that. I don't like Hoskins in the 2 spot either, but I'm done on – my crusade is over to try to make that happen. I'm not. That's a losing battle for me. They're not doing it.
Yeah, don't waste your oxygen, man.
Who's in, who's out? Our 14 playoff teams next.
When you need live sport.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all that Claridge has to offer.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, time for who's in, who's out. 14 playoff teams. Hard to do. I can't find 14 playoff teams. Maybe, Josh, you feel more comfortable with your 14, but I got a little flimsy playoff teams.
Well, you can always change your mind next week.
True.
So we do the segment, who's in, who's out, every week on the Sports Bash, being brought to you by Jenkins. Be like us at 97.3 ESPN, because when we needed air conditioning installed in 97.3 ESPN studio, that's who we called. Give Jenkins a call at 609-641-6262 and visit them online at jenkinsandsons.com.
All right, who's in, who's out? Let's take a look. AFC East. This one's tough. I mean, Miami wins the game. I got Buffalo, though, even though the Dolphins beat the Bills. They'll play in Buffalo later, so I got Buffalo in the East.
I feel like Buffalo just has issues in hyper-humidity. They lost to the Jags last year in Jacksonville. They lose this year to Miami early in the season. Josh Allen looked exhausted after the game.
All right, AFC North. This is another tough one. You've got Cleveland and Baltimore, both 2-1. I'm going Cincinnati, though. They showed me a little something in the game against the Jets. I think they get that offensive line cruising a little bit more. I'm staying Cincinnati. I had Cincinnati in the preseason. I had them in week 1. I had them in week 2. I'm going Cincinnati in the North.
I'm going with the Ravens because Bill Belichick thinks Lamar Jackson's a stud. So I'll go with that pick for now.
Let's go to the South. I started off with Indianapolis a couple of weeks. Last week I went Jacksonville. I'm going Jacksonville again. I said at the beginning of the year, I'm kicking myself now. I like Jacksonville. I thought that team could scare some teams And as John McMullen said, this might be the most talented team the Eagles face before their bye.
Doug Peterson is my early season candidate for Coach of the Year. Give me the Jags in the South.
All right, in the West, this was supposed to be the most entertaining division in football. Hasn't been so fun. Even this team lost, but I'm sticking with Kansas City. I'll go Kansas City in the West, and the Chargers have injury issues. Denver's a mess right now, and the Raiders are 0-3.
For the rest of the season, the only team in the West I trust are the Chiefs.
Okay, let's go wild card. 3 wild cards. Oh, man. I got Miami as 1.
I got the Miami in for the first time for myself.
Baltimore is 2.
I got the Bengals as my 2.
This last one was I'm like throwing darts right now. Give me as the final wild card team, Denver.
I'm going Denver because of their defense. I have no idea what's going on with their offense. Mike, they literally hired a dude to help them with clock management.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm putting that coach in the playoffs. That's
what I'm saying. I'm going with the defense.
Look, I got to give myself credit. Most people won't give me credit, so I'll do myself. I said the AFC was not as good as people thought. And this AFC stinks.
It's 3 weeks into the year, though.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, who's in, who's out? Those teams are in for me. Bills, Cincy, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Miami, Baltimore, Denver. Let's go to the NFC. Who's in NFC East? I got Philadelphia.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
The North, I got to change here. I went Minnesota. Minnesota beat Green Bay. I think that Green Bay team is coming along. Their offense got stymied, but Tampa's defense is good. But I think I just can't trust Minnesota, so I'm going Green Bay.
Give me Aaron Rodgers and those Packers. Rodgers watching the Jumbotron, telling the coaches what to do.
NFC South, Tampa Bay. This division's terrible. Carolina stinks. Atlanta's bad. And the Saints are just up in the air. 2 up and down. Jekyll and Hyde.
The Bucs are the only team you can trust. It's simple.
West. This is another division. Seattle stinks. Arizona's bad. The Rams are the only team I can go with right now. And they don't even look all that good.
The same with the Bucs. The Rams are the only team you can trust in that division for the rest of the season.
All right, give me some wild cards. Wild cards. In the NFC, finding 3 wild cards is really tough. My first wild card, Minnesota.
I got Minnesota, too. I think they still win 10 games this year.
I like how Ryan wrote Minneapolis. Has anybody ever referred to them as Minneapolis? Did you put St. Paul on there? Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Where was the mall at again?
You want to include the whole metro area? Minneapolis.
It's a lot of ends.
My second wild card, I got to go Dallas.
I got Dallas in. That defense, to me, is incredible.
Yeah, the defense is legit. They just have to make enough plays. Their schedule's similar to the Eagles, so they're playing a bunch of nobodies. So their defense should keep them in most of these games. I got Dallas. The third wild card team, I'm going San Francisco. I didn't like San Francisco with Trey Lance. As soon as Lance went out, I changed on them. They looked horrible the other night, but, they're on the road, and it's a primetime game. They'll be fine. Their defense is good. We know Garoppolo's a winner. I got San Francisco. I thought about – the NFC's pretty bad too, man. This league is filled with some bad teams. I thought about Detroit, but it's just like the Saints. I've had the Saints in too. I can't trust that team. The Giants, no. Washington, no. The Bears are 2-1. I got no faith in them. Everybody else is one. It's hard. Give me San Francisco.
The one team where I trust the coach and trust the quarterback is San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, to me, they have the best defense. And right now in this league, if you could play defense, you got it. Detroit plays no defense.
The problem with Detroit is everyone is high on the Hard Knocks hype. Everyone watched Hard Knocks. They fell in love with Deuce and Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn screaming and yelling. Listen, they deserve a lot of credit, but that team does not have enough talent.
They've given up 93 points. It is the most in the entire NFL. You can't win like that. So they're out. That's in, who's out here on the Sports Bash. We'll do it again next week.
Brought to you by my friends over at Jenkins plumbing, heating, and air conditioning. One call does it all. 609-641-6262. Online at jenkinsandsons.com.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you till 6 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow we'll do my NFL Fine 5, Ugly 5, my 5 best, my 5 worst teams in the league. And don't forget, the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort will be back there on Monday, and you can win a $100 gift card to Ocean Casino Resort plus an overnight stay. Go to our website, 973ESPN.com, to enter. If you're watching the show live, you'll see on the screen how you can enter to win the $100 food and beverage credit to the Gallery and the overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll announce the winner on Friday's show here on the Sports Bash. All right, right now, get your fingers moving quickly. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered in for a chance to win Eagles Commanders Club Box seats for Lincoln Financial Field for the Eagles Monday Nighter against the Washington Commanders. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, good luck. We will be live for a happy hour Friday show at our great friends at Garden State Beer Company on the White Horse Pike in Galloway on October the 28th. All of our qualifiers must be present to win, where one lucky winner will get a pair of Club Box Eagles tickets for Monday Night Football against the Commanders. The PT joins me next.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the premier difference.
Yeah, I was wondering. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I'm wondering how many people out there in your drive home are thinking about the Eagles in a different light right now. Saw some NFC East teams last night. Dallas beats the Giants. Eagles beat Washington. Many power polls around the league have Philly either 1 or 2. Is that fair? Unfair? Pete Thompson. It's a Tuesday with Thompson, and it's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. Share their entire inventory online anytime at boardwalkhonda.com. From Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. The PT is here on a Tuesday with Thompson. We got That's Entertainment coming up in about 30 minutes from now. Peter, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks. We're talking about where are the Eagles in the power rankings, and then I'm sitting here looking at this Ian coverage of like the whole state of Florida and the apocalypse, and I'm thinking they're not worried about NFL rankings right now. I mean, it's crazy how your perspective changes depending on where you are.
It looks like they are going to be in some trouble down there. So thinking about the people down in Clearwater. But thinking about these Eagles, obviously, as there's 2 unbeatens left in the NFL. And that doesn't mean just because your record's 3-0 and someone else is 2-1 or 1-2 that you're better than them. But, hey, I think the Eagles, we could say after now we've seen every single team play 3 times, Pete Thompson, that they might be the most consistently impressive team.
Yeah, I've been listening. I've been in the car a little bit today, and I've been listening to your comments, and I do agree with you that the Eagles wins, even though the Detroit game was a challenge and Detroit started to come back on them, I do agree that the Eagles have been dominant in the way that in the different ways that they've won, and just because they're only explosive in one burst, maybe they're explosive in the second quarter, maybe they're explosive whenever they put up their touchdowns. The fact that they've basically dictated their way, that's an old sports cliche, right? Play your game. Don't cater to the way the other people are opposing you, and the Eagles have basically been able to do what they want in each of the 3 games. And I think it's impressive, and we'll see what happens this weekend because once again, they're going to face a team that I think on paper, everybody's like, they absolutely are favored to win this game. Yeah, they'll be favored, but it's not like they're playing the little sisters of the poor.
Favored according to Vegas anyway. They are favored in every game. Like, you could bet games like now for week 12 if you want. They do have odds on those games on certain sites, and they are the favorite in every single game the rest of the way here. But I want to ask you, PT, because generally fans like to find fault. They don't like to always be fat and happy like us two guys, right? You got to find fault in something. If you are concerned about something at this point through 3 games, what is it? What is it something you're saying, well, I still need to see this, or I'm still not so sure about that?
Right. I mean, mine was what we talked about yesterday, which is the lack of points in back-to-back games in the second half. And I understand the reasoning why, but, I'm old school, right? I can remember the dynasty of the 49ers, right? And how did the 49ers win their Super Bowls? Like 52-10, right? I mean, they just came out and they never took their foot off the gas and scored and scored and scored, right? I spent a decade, as you know, in Nebraska. And how did those 2 national championship teams win? 52-10. And they also did it where the opposing defenses couldn't stop them because they were just that better and just that talented. I think the Eagles are as deep and talented as maybe they've ever been. And they need to, I'd like to see more. I love the explosion. I mean, it's nitpicking. I love that they explode for points and bunch points together, but I'd like to see that continue into the third quarter and fourth quarter as well.
Thompson, Tuesday with Thompson here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch us live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. And, Pete, one of the things I thought was interesting, I don't know if you heard this audio before, but Brandon Graham was asked whether or not he felt this team was as good as the 2017 team that won the Super Bowl. Was this roster as deep? Was it as good? Here's what he told Zach Gelb on CBS Sports Radio.
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah. No question.
No question. He thinks the 2017 Eagles are just as good, if not better. The 2022 Eagles are just as good, if not better. What do you say when you hear that, PT?
Well, first of all, I have to give you props because I was in the car where you gave that tease at the end of the opening of the show, and you did it perfectly because then I stayed in the car for another segment hoping that you would tell me who said it. So props to you for doing your job correctly. That was a good tease. What's funny is I stayed for another segment, and when you didn't say it, then I started looking around on Twitter like, what Eagles were talking today? A coordinator wouldn't say, BG, okay. So, yes, I did see that he said that. What's my take on it? Well, hell yeah. I mean, if that guy says that, it must be true. He would know as well.
That team was better than we are. I think, of course, you have to, especially when you come out of the gates 3-0. And his whole point was, if you listen to the whole comment, was they had good parts, we have good points, but it's the camaraderie. We all like each other, that aspect of it. So we went through it. I think they're similar. They had better safeties than this team does. This team has better corners. I think the linebackers are kind of a wash. I think they had a better pass rush than this team does. The wide receiver unit, I think, is better here. The tight ends, they had deeper tight. They're backups, and they had Selleck and they had Burton. I think the offensive line is better here. I don't know, Hurts and Wentz. I mean, Wentz was going to be the MVP of the league most likely. So they're both are very deep.
It's a fun game to do, isn't it? And, we talked yesterday about these unbeaten teams out of the gate. Just because they're 3-0 right now doesn't necessarily guarantee Super Bowl, and it certainly doesn't even guarantee playoffs per se, and I had those records up. They went 12 since 1980. There's times where they made the Super Bowl. There's times where they made the divisional round. There's times where they didn't make the playoffs at all. In fact, most recently in 2016, they started off 3-0 and they finished up 7-9. So look, I'm as enthusiastic as anybody about a start and about how deep the talent level is, but you got to take it week to week and you got to pump the brakes a little bit.
Anything you saw in the Monday night game last night to make you say, well, that Dallas team's defense has me a little concerned?
Micah Parsons is so damn good. I don't know any other way to describe him, but like the next coming of LT. I mean, it's very rare that you get a linebacker that teams game plan for and are like, you even heard on the microphone at one point, you heard Cooper Rush say something about 11, right? And I don't think he's talking 11 personnel. I think he's like pointing like, somebody pick up that guy. I mean, I think
Cooper Rush trying to. It wouldn't be Cooper Rush pointing out his own player, Peter.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Daniel Jones. I had a brain fart, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Way to derail me off the train here. I'm trying to say that Micah Parsons is a once in a generational talent, and the Giants have him, or excuse me, the Cowboys have him. There's two. If we get to three, then you get $1. But all I know is this: I think the Dallas defense is real. That's why I thought Dallas was going to win last night. I know that the Giants O line is not as cohesive as they'd like it to be. My buddy Chris Bober was at the game last night. He played for the Giants. He played for the Chiefs. And I covered him when he played Division II football for Nebraska Omaha. And he sent me a private message today and said, Giants line's got some issues. But it was nice to be back in New York. That's what he wrote.
No, they do. And one of the conversations we had preseason was Philadelphia's 53, I thought, was deeper than Dallas's. But I thought Dallas had the edge with the quarterback position. Now we can have that conversation and revisit that conversation, but the Eagles certainly don't have a Micah Parsons. So what we saw from Dallas last night is their defense is going to keep them involved even without Dak Prescott.
Yeah, and it's sort of the same way how Tampa's defense, even though they can't do anything on offense, Tampa's defense keeps them in games, and they were able to hang. I mean, a good defense to me will always keep you in a ball game if the offense is sputtering. And a lot of offenses sometimes sputter. It is amazing to me, though, in week one, it's such a reactionary league. Week one, people are like, oh, the Packers, they're terrible. But, all they did now is win back-to-back weeks. And, you sit there and you look at the people that Aaron Rodgers is throwing to, and you're like, who's this guy again? I mean, the guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't care what you think about his personal beliefs or his haircut. Or his, what was the thing? Con Air, when he dressed like the dude from Con Air? Cameron Poe.
All right. Well, I want to get your thoughts as we kind of transition between now Thursday we'll be live at Chickies and Pete's. We'll talk a lot more about Doug Peterson's return, but just the initial feeling of what, not so much Peterson, just like the atmosphere at the beginning of that game, I feel like is going to be very interesting. It's going to be a kind of a unique situation where this guy's going to be back. I don't know that so many Eagles fans wanted it. I don't think he was like a guy that people wanted gone. He's not a hated guy. It's going to be interesting because this team is so good and so well-liked in the early stages. So there's this like weird dynamic of Doug's back and we want to, give him his due, but we also like this team. It's going to be weird. It's definitely. I think the energy in that building is going to be a little odd.
I think so. 1:00 kickoff. It's not a night game, so they won't be as lubed up or as imbibed as they normally might be on a night like the Monday Night Football game. I think when Andy Reid came back, I think that was a night game, if I'm not mistaken. When he came back with the Chiefs, I do remember that when Andy Reid came back, that he was a significant win for him. It was like his 100th win as coach of the Chiefs or something like that, and the first coach to win 100 with one franchise and 100 with the other or something like that. I remember a picture of him in the visiting clubhouse, like getting some commemorative ball or something like that. And as I remember it, and maybe this is with my PT prism or filter on, but as I remember it, I think Andy Reid got a nice reception when he came back. It wasn't like the days where people were throwing their beers and popcorn at Jimmy Johnson's head. That's certainly not going to happen.
Sports Bash Live Tuesday with Thompson. The PT's here. Let's go to the Phils, PT, because 10 games left to go. Nick Castellanos reinstated in the 6 hole. They need that. He's sitting there 6. I think their lineup tonight, Pete. I think the lineup tonight is the lineup you're going to get. Have you seen the lineup, by the way?
I did see the lineup. I saw it on Twitter when I was running some errands and I was in the car stuck. So I do think that, yeah, you're right. Castellanos back is good news. I hope if the guy can get the bat going again. And yeah, I think this is a little preview of where they want to set things up as they get into this playoff run, assuming that they're going to make the play. I mean, can we stop trying to do I have to still temper my statements and say if they make the playoffs, can I say win?
Here you go. If the Phillies go 10-0, 9-1, 8-2, Milwaukee cannot make it. If the Phillies go 7-3, Milwaukee has to win all 9 games. If the Phillies go 6-4, Milwaukee has to go 8-1. If the Phillies go 5-5, Milwaukee has to go 7-2. If the Phillies are 4-6, Milwaukee has to go 6-3, and down the line. 3-7, Milwaukee has to go 5-4. 2-8, 4-5. Phillies go 1-9, Milwaukee has to go 3-6. And if the Phillies lose all 10 games, Milwaukee has to win twice. I feel like if they can get 2-3 against the Cubs and 3-4 against Washington, that's 5-5. Milwaukee would have to go 7-2. Now they're playing Miami 4 times, Arizona 3 times, and they start a series tonight with St. Louis for 2.
Well, two things about that. One, I love that you and I both go to some of the similar reference points. You see, I got my bingo numbers here, right? As I got the records, kind of like you, for the folks that are watching on the StreamYard. I did the same thing as well. So that validates that I'm at least researching the right topics. And two, I'll tell you that the Cubs, remember, coming out of the All-Star break, that's the series that gave you agina or whatever, indigestion, right? Because there's no way the Phillies should have lost that series to the Cubs starting the All-Star break. And a couple times I definitely remember saying, if the Phillies don't make the playoffs, and it's only by a game or two because of what they did, so you would hope, Mike Gill, that they'll go to Wrigley Field here in late September and do what they're supposed to do and win all the games at Wrigley. Win them all.
This is and to wit to that, PT, you have configured your rotation that if you were in a playoff series right now, these are the 3 guys: Wheeler, Nola, Suarez. So if you want to win a playoff series, those 3 guys better help you win at least 2 out of 3 against the freaking Cubs.
I couldn't agree more. And that's the thing. I mean, they reconfigured the rotation to get that lined up the way that they wanted to. They tweaked that for the Cubs series. They flipped Nola and Suarez to get it the way that they wanted. And then they said the following start for Nola would be game 160. And this tweet says if, but when they make the postseason, then he pitches game 2 of the NLWCS on regular rest, and Suarez will pitch game 3. So, I mean, this is all stuff that they're thinking about. Who are we going to face? How are we going to set this up? Can we get our best possible rotation for a 3-game series?
That's another key, is that you don't have to resend the rotation back out there or reconfigure it to face Houston because you need those games. Their rotation is set up now so that hopefully they can be in the playoffs without needing pitching against Houston, and that is key.
Yeah, and I've been telling so many people forget that the rules are slightly different now. And, I had somebody come back at me the other day and say, well, would there be a game 163 then? I said, no, there are no game 163s. There's no 1-game playoff. It doesn't work that way. And he was like, what do you mean? I go, there's tiebreakers. And he's like, and I go, the Phillies hold a lot of them.
Hold the tiebreaker over Milwaukee. That's a big one. They also hold the tiebreaker over San Diego. So if they tie, the Phillies would be 2, San Diego would be 3. So, yes, there's only 3 teams left involved still here. It's Philadelphia, San Diego, and Milwaukee. Everybody else is in.
You got a preference on who you want to see him play? I mean, do you care either way? Obviously, you want to see him get in because they want to end that streak. They haven't been in the playoffs. Second longest streak in the big leagues. Only Seattle's drought is longer. But you want to see him get in, but do you care who they play? Because it's basically going to be what, Braves or Cardinals, right?
You just played the Braves. You split with them. Strider's out. I don't know what his deal is coming back. I mean, would you be okay playing the Braves in a 3-game set, PT?
Yeah, which Braves are you getting? Are you getting the 100% Braves or are you getting the 80% Braves? And I don't know, the 80% Braves took the last 2, right? it's that's not an easy question to answer. How do you feel about the Cardinals?
The Cardinals, everybody says, the Cardinals, because they don't know as many guys on the Cardinals. Look, the Cardinals are always the team. McGarry famously said this about 2 months ago. He has spent most of his life overlooking the Cardinals and then them disappointing you. They won 85 games one year and then won the World Series.
That's right.
In part by taking out a 102-win Philly team. So, no, I am never going to sit here and pontificate why I want to play the Cardinals. That's a team that I never want to have to match up with if I don't have to.
That's a very valid point. Yes, and I just had the image of Ryan Howard crumpling down the first base line in my mind, or the fact that Halladay pitched his rear end off and got nothing to show for it because the Phillies couldn't put any offense up. Wasn't Chris Carpenter the starter for the Cards in that game?
Yeah, Chris Carpenter, and it's funny because Chris Carpenter pitched in Game 3 and got chased in the third inning because the Phillies hit him around all over the yard, and then came back on short rest and shut you out. So I love how people are like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Dude, it's a one-game thing. That guy might have his best stuff on that one day, and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what happened over 162. That's thrown out the window. It's what happens on that one day. And the Phillies right now have that's the thing. Do you have guys who, when they are pitching their best, can pitch well enough to win games for you? Zach Wheeler, if he pitches his best day on that day, he can win in a playoff game. If Aaron Nola pitches his best day, yes, he can win playoff games. But Nola's been questionable in the past. He's pitched well this September. Do you trust him?
I trust him more than I trust Gibson, which is why we won't see Kyle Gibson at all in the postseason rotation, I think. I also trust him more than I trust Noah Syndergaard, and that's why Syndergaard is somebody that's being mentioned as like basically a handcuff situation or a pairing situation where if Suarez struggles, you could bring Syndergaard in as a second guy after that. So, you know, the three names that are out there, I trust them. Certainly Wheeler, yes. Nola, you don't know which Nola you're going to get. And then Suarez, you just hope for the best.
You get Wheeler. I think if a playoff scenario happens in the 3-game series, you would get Wheeler, Nola, Suarez. They would be your first three guys. I don't know if they have the stones to go with Bailey Falter. Would you?
Well, I can't rip on the guy again because or maybe I should rip on the guy and then he'll go on this unbelievable postseason run. Well, no, you can't. I mean, in a playoff game, but Bailey Falter's been one of their best arms.
Let me ask you, Bailey Falter, Kyle Gibson, Noah Syndergaard. Which of those guys are you pitching?
Well, I'm going Falter above Syndergaard or Gibson. Gibson to me is like. I think that guy, I mean, obviously he was in a contract year. He's basically played himself out of town.
Back into the rotation guy. Some games, dude, he had like a no-hitter going like a month ago in a game. Some games he spins a gem. Other games he doesn't. He's one of those guys that's just inconsistent. But you need innings eaters. If you're sitting out there hoping that Kyle Gibson helps you in the playoffs, somebody has to pitch through 162. Kyle Gibson's fine to get you through a regular season, but do I want him pitching Game 4 of a playoff series? Of course I don't.
I'm probably most concerned about Sir Anthony Dominguez too, by the way. And so who closes these things? Who are you going with in that scenario? If Sir Anthony is having an issue, are you going Jose Alvarado or are you going 37-year-old David Robertson?
Question, PT. I think it's matchup based. I think the Phillies have kind of showed they don't, and I think Rob Thompson said this. We don't have a closer. It's matchup based. They want Dominguez against the better part of the lineup. Now, your point is valid. Is he pitching well enough to face the better part of a lineup? I don't know. Not right now. He's not. He's got to look. You got 10 games to figure this out and tweak it up and get it right. Right?
That's true. Get her done, like Larry the Cable Guy says.
Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Did you check in on the Sixers at all, PT?
Well, I saw our friend Dave Schaller's tweet that he's excited to go to Charleston. I did not realize, like I had saw that training camp was in Charleston. I didn't realize it's at the Citadel. My buddy graduated from the Citadel. There's an unbelievable history down there. And the PT almost worked for a TV station in Charleston way back in the day. I mean, I love that town. It's a great place, the Low Country.
A getaway to do training camp. I think the last couple since Doc Rivers at least took over. Remember that they used to come down to Stockton and do it when Brett Brown was here. But since Doc took over, they've kind of got out of town and done that. All right, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. PT's Extra Points. You can read that in Friday's edition of Shore Local as he hits on a bunch of other things here. You know, they do have a silencer on those phones. You might want to figure out why it's ranked 5 times since you've been here. My Lord. Read the room here, buddy. We're doing a live radio show. Hey, PT, when you enter a room and they're doing something live, do you not put your phone on silent?
There's even a light outside the door of the studio that says on air.
Air, yes. Silent, PT. Silent. The C is silent. All right, gotcha.
You're not yelling at me. R-O-C-K.
O-C-K. All right, when we come back, that's entertainment. Now, PT, I got a question about the entertainment portion of the conversation coming up on the other side. Don't go away. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, we got another qualifier. It's Mike in Ocean City. Congratulations to Mike in Ocean City. He is qualified for Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football tickets, club box seats. Mike in Ocean City. We'll see you on October the 28th at Garden State Beer Company. We'll give away another spot in that big Happy Hour Friday party coming up tonight, this hour on the Sports Bash. Dave Sherapin's going to talk a little sports bets tonight at 6:20. Don't miss that. And when we come back, that's entertainment with the PT. That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
ESPN.
.530 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you're watching the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports, MGPT, that's entertainment. Tuesday nights, 5:30. We talk a little entertainment. Get you, there's no football on Tuesday and Wednesday, PT, so we got to give some recommendations for the people. Now, if you're watching the show live, you can see behind me the Jeffrey Dahmer. Do you see the Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah, I see it behind you. Have I watched the program yet? No, but I do see it behind you. I mean, I wrote about it for this week's column. Is that what you're
I was watching the Jeffrey Dahmer last night because the football game was so bad. I said, I can't watch a bad football game again. So these guys were getting on my case because I went to watch the Dahmer over the football game last night.
I've been seeing a lot of social media of people saying that this is amazing and it's really well done and you got to see it. And look, if you're into that, I'm sure it's very compelling. Jeffrey Dahmer, by the way, 1978 to 1991 was the years that we're talking about that this all took place. I don't like to see murder get glorified. I think there's still victims out there or victims' families out there that probably aren't happy to see this. I mean, I'm really on the fence. The cast is supposed to be amazing.
In fact, there was a woman, I guess, who said that she was having some issues with the fact that it was bringing a lot of flashbacks to her. Listen, I agree. I grew up in that time, though, when Dahmer was, going through the trial and everything, and I actually stayed in the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee, which is where he did some of these deeds. But the stories, the series is very well done. It's getting a lot of rave reviews in terms of how well done it was. So,
it's
but I watched
Ryan Murphy. That has a lot to do with it. If you know Ryan Murphy's work, he did Nip Tuck, which was an unbelievable show that I've never watched, but everybody raved about. I did watch Glee. That's sort of out of character per se of what is, but American Horror Story or American Horror Stories. Lately, he's done 911 on Fox. And then Lone Star 911 that has Rob Lowe in it. So, I mean, if he's doing dramatic, episodic television, Ryan Murphy knows what he's doing. And then I look at the cast, and I don't know a lot about Evan Peters, who's the guy playing Jeffrey Dahmer, but I do know Richard Jenkins is basically amazing in anything he's ever done. He was the dad in Step Brothers. A lot of people know that. Molly Ringwald, I'm sure she picked up a few things along the way in her acting career. People think of her at 16 Candles, but check her out in this as an adult, right? Penelope Ann Miller was a huge movie and / TV star in the late 80s, early 90s. So I'm sure she's good in this. I mean, you just see names that you recognize and you think, all right, maybe. So I'm not saying I'm not going to watch it. I'm just saying that it's not at the top of, oh, this is next on my list.
Listen, I didn't seek it out. I got home, started watching the football game. It was horrible, and my girlfriend was watching it. I said, you know what? I was interested in the story, so I wanted to it sucked me in, man. I watched 3 episodes of it last night.
How long is each episode?
An hour, 53 minutes. Okay. Yeah, you got to invest yourself. We watched 3 episodes, and by the time I got done, I went to watch the last 6 minutes of the football game, which was equally as bad.
Yeah, these primetime games have not delivered what we're looking for. That's for sure.
Now that we got that out of the way, let's take a look at some of the things floating around on the streaming services, regular TV, and the movies right now. That's entertainment. Friday's edition of the Shore Local. Pete Thompson, what do we got?
Well, you can count me out on the Kardashians season 2 since I've never watched an episode of the Kardashians ever, thank God. But I'm sure that appeals to somebody. Now, if I had Apple TV Plus, I would watch Sydney, which is about Sidney Poitier, who I respected and admired. And he was still alive when it was made. So Oprah Winfrey's in it, Barbara Streisand, Morgan Freeman, Halle Berry. I mean, this guy, you want to talk about Jackie Robinson in baseball. Well, to acting, Sidney Poitier was definitely a groundbreaking actor for all African-American actors out there. So I would watch that, and there's not a huge, in the regular TV, Survivor's back, Amazing Race is back. My girlfriend and I watched both of those. Survivor was a 2-hour episode. It's funny. We're sitting here and I'm talking about 2022 and the culture that we live in. And one of the things, like Survivor almost went so far on the political correct scale that, do you know, Gill, that one of Jeff Probst's signature phrases, he would always say when the tribes were coming back in for a challenge or something, "Come on in, guys." Right? Well, now he says, "Come on in."
I have never seen one episode of Survivor in my life.
Okay. All right. Well, this is, I'll explain it to you. How politically correct is the show become if he can't say the word guys anymore? Because now we live in a world where what do you identify as? So he used to say, "Come on in, guys." Now he says, "Come on in." Much to the disappointment of some people out there. But Survivor's still good. Amazing Race. I've got to tell you, look, I would put money to watch you and Heidi on The Amazing Race. You essentially did The Amazing Race trying to get back from Croatia. That's the show. That's it right there. Airport issues, stuck in a country, not a lot of money. Oh, here's a challenge.
Isn't read either, by the way, but a couple text messages. Evan Peters looks like Dahmer, but he acts like Napoleon Dynamite. It's funny he says that. I, too, thought that he looked and acted much like the Napoleon Dynamite character in certain scenes of the story.
Yeah, he certainly looks like Dahmer. I mean, good makeup can do anything, right? But what's the guy's name that was the John something that played John Hader was the guy that played Napoleon Dynamite. But everybody remembers Efren Ramirez because it was Vote for Pedro, right? Did you see that movie?
Saw Napoleon Dynamite. In fact, one year for Christmas, I was Napoleon Dynamite. And
wait, but you cut out. Just give me a yes or no. Did you see Napoleon Dynamite?
Yes, I saw Napoleon Dynamite.
Okay.
1 year for Halloween, I was Napoleon Dynamite, and I memorized the entire dance so that when we went to an establishment, they turned the song on from Jamiroquai, and I came in and did the whole dance in front of the whole bar.
Oh, that's outstanding. Yeah, for a guy that doesn't like to put himself front and center, I would have paid money to see that. You've had good Halloween costumes over the years. I do remember that you were Bob Ross early, like you were Bob Ross way before it became hip and cool to be Bob Ross. So I thought that was a good one too. Of course, Kevin Owens? Is that who you were? What was the wrestler's
Kevin
name?
Owens for a couple of years. Actually, 2 years in a row, I was Kevin Owens.
Yeah. So you've had some good costumes.
1 year he was the heavyweight champion, and the other year he was the intercontinental champion. And I have both of the belts that went with my costume.
At some point, if I can ever get, not the 5 and dime costume, but a quality costume, I will go to a party as Mr. Incredible, because that absolutely is me. Where he's trying to cinch the belt together, and he's like breathing in, trying to get that belt on.
See, the genesis of me having a beard was the Kevin Owens costume. And then once I had the beard, my girlfriend said, "You're not getting rid of it."
I do remember that. Yes, you kept it for a whole year. Well, that's all right. There's no mustache on Mr. Incredible, so you're not getting me to grow that back.
I saw a commercial for Quantum Leap, and I said, wait a second, Quantum Leap is coming back?
It is back. The initial show was when the Eagles played in Monday Night Football. So I DVR'd it, came home from the game, was so amped up from the Eagles game. I watched a little bit of post game like that I had DVR'd, and I still had some energy. And I said, let me check out this Quantum Leap. And I fell asleep about 40 minutes in. So last night, you and I are at Ocean, right? We do the show. We have a nice dinner afterward at Villain and Saint. I come home and I'm all amped up. Like once the Monday Night Football sucked, just like you, I'm like, what can I watch here? Oh, there's a Quantum Leap in here. Great. It's now late enough. I'll watch this Quantum Leap. And about 30 minutes in, I fell asleep. That says something to me. If it, and it's not that I ate too much food or I imbibed too much. It's that the writing of the show is not holding my interest.
All right. Well, I won't watch that one then. Anything on the big screen there, Peter?
Not much, although Olivia Wilde came out with a movie, and this is kind of crazy. It's called Don't Worry, Darling. It's a psychological thriller, but the story about it, it's Olivia Wilde and Harry Styles are the two lead characters in it. I didn't even write about, nor did I bother to investigate the plot much because everybody said this movie stinks. Every critic out there, Rotten Tomatoes, everybody out there thought it was going to be terrible. It made almost $20 million. It made $19 million in its opening weekend. So I guess no press is bad press because it made good money. And not for nothing, Olivia Wilde is having this like ugly divorce right now from Ted Lasso, Jason Sudeikis, right? So they're having this ugliness go on. In fact, she was at Comic-Con, Josh will like this. I said Comic-Con, his ears just perked up. But she was at Comic-Con in San Diego and she got served on stage. They came up and gave her the subpoena on stage.
Wait?
Say it again. Say it again.
They couldn't wait?
Well, I mean, your father's an attorney. You know how this works. If you're going to serve something, you have to serve somebody in person. And if you're Olivia Wilde, how do you ever get past her gatekeepers or her people? You pose as a fan at Comic-Con, you raise your hand, and then when they point to you for the question, instead of asking a question, you go up and you hand her papers.
Miss this. I would love to see that video.
It's out there. It's out there. Olivia Wilde gets served at Comic-Con or something like that.
All right. That's entertainment in Friday's edition of Sure Local. Now, I'm reading the article, PT. I didn't realize that you wrote all about the Dahmer story and that you are not going to give it a spin.
Well, I thought that's why, when you teased Dahmer earlier, I think in the 5 or the 4 o'clock hour, I think I heard you say something about it. And then when you let off with it, I was like, oh, that's nice. I sent him my article so he could know what I wrote about this week. And he read that I wrote about Dahmer. And then now you're like, oh, wait a second.
The point I made was at the beginning of the show, I said the game was so bad last night that I watched 3 episodes of the Jeffrey Dahmer. And I said I seemingly wasn't the only one based on my social media feed. I saw other people on Twitter saying that they also left the game to go to this Dahmer. I didn't even know this Dahmer thing existed. My girlfriend was watching it, and I just started watching it with her, and I was like kind of roped in. The story is it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously compelling and true. Like, people love true crime, right? I mean, the first big true crime show that I remember was Making of a Murderer. And that show was like unbelievable about that case out in Wisconsin. And there was another one where the guy was like, he had a bomb strapped to his chest and he was like a pizza delivery guy. I think that one was called Evil Genius. All right. So I'm just pulling these off my head. These are true crime things that I know that I've been sucked in by and watched the entire thing. In fact, the Evil Genius one took place out near Erie, Pennsylvania. And like 6 months after I watched it, we had a Thompson Crozier family reunion in Erie, Pennsylvania. And I convinced my dad to drive by and see where some of these locations were. So, yeah, I understand how some of this stuff can draw you in. I just think there's so many headlines out there about this Dahmer monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. It's a 10-part series, and there's so many people out there criticizing it, and yet at the same time, it's basically number 1 or number 2 in Netflix's search, grid.
Well, it was well done. They
so you'll keep watching. You're on 3, and you're going to keep going.
I would believe so. And let me tell you this: if you Wikipedia Jeffrey Dahmer, you could literally almost go down the Wikipedia page, and it matches the show.
Okay, well that's good. They're true to the story then.
The Wikipedia is accurate. I'm just saying,
Right. I mean, because anybody can write on Wikipedia. We see that all the time when, I'm surprised that nobody didn't change the description for the Giants' offensive line last night or something like that.
All right. And That's Entertainment is in Friday's edition of Sure Local. Pete will be with me on Thursday at Chickies and Pete's, and then he's back for a happy hour Friday with the PT here on the Sports Bash. All right, Peter.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Good to catch up with you.
It's Pete Thompson here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live, streaming live video on the YouTube channel. Subscribe to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, or BFA live stream is where you can check us out. They give us the video each and every day. Here on the Sports Bash, PT's appearance for Tuesday with Thompson, and That's Entertainment is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. Shop their entire inventory online anytime at boardwalkhonda.com. From Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, We'll get out of here with a very interesting Week 3 NFL note. Stick around for that. This is the Sports Bash. And one more chance to qualify for those Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football club box seats. Listen for your cue to call before the end of the show.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
South Jersey's sports leader.
All right. Monday Night Football game. The Cowboys defense last night, the most pressures in a game since 2017. Daniel Jones was pressured 24 times last night. It's the most by a quarterback this season and the second most over the last 2 years. It's the most by a Giants quarterback since ESPN began tracking that number in 2009. So talk about pressures meaning something or not meaning something. We talked about it with McMullen earlier. It's tied for the most generated by the Cowboys defense since the stat has been recorded. They now lead the NFL in sacks and pressures. The Cowboys do, and only the 49ers have generated pressure at a higher rate this season. That Cowboys defense is legit. Micah Parsons, 15 pressures over the first 2 weeks of the season to lead the NFL, while the rest of the Cowboys had 10. He wasn't a big factor, generating just two pressures in 20 of 2 of the 24 pressures for Parsons. But DeMarcus Lawrence, he was the guy I brought up earlier. He had 7 pressures in the game. The pass rush, big reason last night. Dallas has won 2 straight with Cooper Rush. He's now 3-0 as a starting quarterback in the NFL, and he's just the second undrafted quarterback in Cowboys history to win his first 3 starts. You know who the other guy was?
Undrafted.
Yep.
Is that Tony Romo?
Jason Garrett.
Okay.
Was that your second guess?
Honestly, my first guess was Tony Romo because I knew he was undrafted.
No, I said, was that your second guess? Jason Garrett. Would he have been your second guess?
My mind didn't get far enough for a second guess. I was so convinced that I was right about Tony Romo. My mind didn't get there.
It was 13-13, and Rush in the 4th, that touchdown to C.D. Lamb, who had a big drop in that game. He was the second quarterback in the Super Bowl era to lead a game-winning drive in the 4th quarter in each of his first 3 starts. How about that?
That's impressive.
I told you I had some stats on this game last night that you may not have realized while you were watching it. The Giants, if they would have won last night, they would have been 3-0 for the first time since 2009. And now Daniel Jones is 1-4 against the Cowboys. He's lost 9 straight primetime starts. That's tied with Jim Everett for the second longest streak in the Super Bowl era. So heading into week 4, some interesting trends have developed across the league, everybody. How about this? The parity. 28 of the 32 teams have exactly 1 or 2 wins. It's the most all-time entering week 3 in the history of the NFL. How about that? In the history of the NFL, 28 teams have 1 or 2 wins at week 3 in the season. It's the most ever. There have been 18 games decided by 3 points or less. Also, through 3 weeks in NFL history, surpassing the mark of 16 games back in 2011. So 18 games already, 3 points or less. The league is averaging 21 points per game. It's the fewest since 2010. We talked about it with Adam Caplan. The unders are hitting all over the place, and the league is averaging just 2.34 touchdowns per team per game. That's the fewest since 2010 as well. So will offense pick up? We'll start to turn our attention to week 4 on tomorrow's show. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can always watch live video of the show, streaming live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. All right, as we get out of here, I'm looking for caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you are entered for a chance to win Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football tickets, Monday Night Football club box seats. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you're entered in for a chance to win Eagles Commanders club box seats. We'll be live at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th. You must be present to win. All of our qualifiers will be there. Caller 7, we'll see you there. Good luck. I'm back tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash.